Hi guys, my name's Amy and this is story of my own life, story of my own health healing, story of me connecting a lot of things to dots and new ways, and right now we're in this mass psychosis at 100% and we can heal. And I think this story is amazing, and give me a chance, people. Just give me a chance. Whatever you heard, this is the real story of Amy, and I've only just become and learned who she is, and I hope this story is inspirational. I hope this story really gets people going, and I hope these people realise that we can do this, and that, listen to some of us people that, maybe be labelled crazy, psychotic, whatever, but we should just give people all a chance, and we all need to come together, and hopefully with this I can. But yeah, I'll come back to you after, and I'll just read what I kind of have written here. We're going down here. We live in a world that has growing health issues called mental health, and that forms in as depression, anxiety, PSD, personality disorders, mood disorders, and all these things make up the world of the mind of the mental illness. And many of us will experience at some stage these mental issues. And we're not born with insanity. It's our environment and ourselves that have created the mental health issues. So this is man-made, all right? It's not something, we have created our own mental asylum here. But guess what? If we have created them ourselves, then we can eliminate them, and then maybe we can fix our minds again. So this is positive news. We are going to build healthy minds again, and we're all going to be happy again. If you promise me to do the work, I can guarantee this on my life. So who is ready to start loving life and themselves again? So they always say the first rule before diagnosing yourself with a mental health disorder is to check your environment. So what things are in our environment that could be making us feel negative? Are you around shit cunts, people who talk gossip about you and other people? The stress of this life too, just working long hours and long hours and the commitments to life just to cover the basic needs of life, like shelter, water, food, power, more taxes. And we're the only species of animals that must pay to survive. Cats and monkeys, they don't have rent and taxes to pay every week. Well, I think the human species got fucked over. I don't want to be a human anymore. I want to go and be part of the animal kingdom, because we are an animal. So I can go enjoy the life and explore it for free, enjoy most of it, instead of me being a human and using most of my time on making a living to pay the cost of life to justify it in the first place. You think humans are the smartest species on this planet? I think the cat is laughing at us. And we've got corrupt legal systems and making everyday person into criminals from just trying to escape this reality, instead of giving us the real support we need, making a system that profits from broken families, and some people having babies to form a business or for a business for the conniving gold digger. And too much power has been given to the woman as to abuse and play off the poor victim card act, and men have almost no rights at all when it comes to the family law system. A life that is so busy that we don't have enough time to bring up our children, and they spend most of their life being brought up by other people, like childcare, schools, grandparents, technology, and schools and governments and community service, thinking they have rights to influence and have the right to voice opinions on our parenting, the cost of living, poor diets, processed food and diets, lack of community support, polluted environment as well. And now we have entered this thing called the codependent that's creating a fear and adding more stress and new norms of social distancing us from the community and never uniting together, and causing major stresses to everyone and their livelihoods, being suffocated because the flu can kill you and you can spread it to others and kill them. Life is cruel and it's not meant to be easy. Life and death are in the same cycle. It is the cycle of life. We cannot be God and save everyone. The creator of this world, or whatever you want to call it, is an unknown, majestic mystery. And that is for a reason, maybe. and there's only one creator, and will never be greater than our creator. But we can maybe be mirrors of his path. Playing God is a dangerous game and a very egotistic game of power in the wrong hands. But suicide is a huge threat and is a human and a concerning human default to our program, to my vision and my perception of how I see it. And imagine if another animal species got suicidal tendencies, and let's say it's the birds, and they decide this world's too much, and they're all going Kamizaki into the big gum trees at the full flight of speed and smashing their brains into a million pieces. To me, this is a default to DNA, and it would be a total extinction of a species. But mental health can be prevented, and we need to fix the environment we are in first. Or the other cause of later childhood mental health issues is negative toxic family life or abuse from adult peers, or neglect and living and seeing traumatic experiences, and adult peers being in abusive relationships themselves. Sometimes the children get abused and caught in the cycle of trauma in families, and the cycle continues generation after generation. And most of our mental health and issues we later experience in our life from our childhood, and the memory of the trauma is stored in the body and mind. The way we change the world is when we change ourselves one by one and heal ourselves from our traumatic scars. And sometimes we are the innocent children that are the victims of abuse, and we didn't ask to grow up and be denied our connection from love, and that every fucking child deserves. But sometimes we have broken child-minded parents who still are in need to heal and grow up so they can be adults and be the loving, mature parents and be the right role models of behaviour that benefit the growth of healthy children. In a system in a world that does not teach us about our emotions and how to understand them and the effects they cause on the body, the mind, and a system that promotes dysfunctional families and makes profits from families suffering and using people's behaviours that are built-in mechanisms used as coping skills, and systems punishing negative behaviours and making them into criminal convicts and making really a profit of the cries of help, when negative behaviours are just that, because in this world we get more attention for negative responses than for good behaviour or for doing the right thing. The way our essential needs are met and the way we use our resources are what determine our mental and physical health. When these requirements are met in balance, we are more likely to feel mentally healthy and stable. But when too many innate physical and emotional needs are not being met in our environment, or when our resources are being used incorrectly and unwittingly, or otherwise we suffer considerable distress in some cases. Innate resources may not have been fully developed due to the lack of opportunity in the environment, or they may have been a subject to harmful conditioning such as a traumatic event or damage of some sort. As animals, we're brought into a material world, and we need air to breathe, water, nutritious food, and significant sleep. These are absolutely paramount physical needs. Without them, we quickly die. In addition, we also need the freedom to stimulate our senses and exercise our muscles. We instinctively seek significant and secure shelter where we can grow and produce ourselves and bring up our young. These physical needs are intimately bounded up with our emotion needs, and these focus of the human givens of psychology. Emotions create distinctive psychological states in us and drive us to act. The emotional needs nature has programmed us with to connect us to our external world, particularly to other people, and survive in it. They seek their fulfillment through the way we interact with our environment. Emotional needs for us are security, a safe territory in an environment which allows us to develop fully, attention, to give and receive it, and actually attention and touch is actually another form of nutrition for us humans, as there's a study being done, I think it was Dr. Gaber Nate, he's the leading person in traumatic thing, is that you can give a baby the food, shelter, and all that, but if you don't touch it after 4 days or something to give it that emotional thing, it died. Okay, so we touching and physical, is a form of our human psychology. Like, we we are social beings. We're not meant to be isolated and, pushed away. We got to be together. A sense of autonomy and control, having the volition to make responsible choices, being emotionally connected with others, feeling part of a wider community, friendships, intimacy, to know at least one other person accepts us as totally for who we are and our wants and alls, privacy, the opportunity to reflect and consolidate on our experience, a sense of status within a social grouping, a sense of confidence and achievement, meaning and purpose which come from being stretched of what we do and think. Along with the physical and emotional needs, nature gave us guidance systems to help us meet them. We call these our resources. The resources nature gave us to help us meet our needs include the ability to develop complex long-term memory, which relates us able to add to our innate knowledge and learn. The ability to build rapport, empathize, and connect with others. Imagination, which enables us to focus our attention away from our emotions and use language and problem solve more creatively and objectively. Emotions and instincts. A conscious, rational mind that can check out our emotions and question, analyze, and plan. The ability to know what that is and understand the world unconsciously through mathematical pattern and matching. An observing self, that part of us that can step back and be more objective and aware of itself as a unique center of awareness, apart from the intellect, emotion and conditioning. And a dreaming brain that preserves the integrity of our genetic inheritance every night by methodically diffusing expectations, help in the autonomic arousal system because they were not acted out the previous day. I'll get into the biology and all that of our body later. So when our physical needs of our life and our environment and our emotional needs are not in balance, there is a cause effect that will cause distress and cause negative responses to our body and the environment. And for us to thrive and fully develop, we need all our resources of life healthy and in order to reach our full potential in life. So what happens when emotional needs are not met? We feel the cause effect of emotional pain. And what is emotional pain? Emotional pain is trauma, post-traumatic stress, depression, health issues, physical pain, anxiety and stress, panic attacks, anger problems, phobia, low self-esteem, relationship problems, addiction of all kinds, and being stuck in a rut. Obsessions, poor concentration, self-harming, and poor sleep. Okay, so now you've heard that, and clearly we've got some unbalance in our environment going on right here, haven't we? So, how hormones influence your body and your mind. So our body makes hormones, and I'll show you this video and then explain it. Open.
Hello. My name's GK, and tonight I'll be reading you something called a sleep.
How hormones influence us. Did you know that your brain is constantly communicating with the rest of your body, sending special chemicals called hormones from one nerve to another? Of course you did. Don't underestimate the power of hormones. These microscopic guys influence how your brain works and can increase or decrease your energy level, sex drive, and fat storage. They can even control your emotions and mood. In short, they're tiny, but they pack a mighty punch. Dopamine. People associate this hormone with pleasure and reward. Dopamine can make or break your work ethic. It can motivate you to work hard, or hardly work, to achieve some result. By studying rats, scientists noted a strange tendency. The animals were given a choice between two piles of food, a small one or a big one. The catch is that they put the big one behind a fence. And guess what? Rats with a low level of dopamine never chose to make an effort and climb the fence. At the same time, their higher dopamine-carrying counterparts stormed the fence to reach the bigger pile. Follow me, boys, over the fence. So don't forget to tip your hat to dopamine the next time you drag yourself out of bed in order to tackle the day and check all the points off your to-do list. You should also thank dopamine for that warm, fuzzy feeling of pride and reward when you complete everything you wanted to do. I'm so proud. Of course, there is a downside. A lot of illegal drugs and alcohol, as well as coffee and candy, make the body produce more dopamine. No wonder these substances are addictive. If you can't stop eating chocolate, it's not you, it's your body craving dopamine. That lets me off the hook. One more sign that you don't have enough of this hormone is slow and uncoordinated movements of your body. On the flip side, if you have too much of the chemical, you might experience too many unnecessary movements or even repetitive tics. If after learning this information, you've realized that you urgently need more of this hormone in your body, include the following dopamine-boosting foods in your diet: fish, chicken, eggs, nuts, beans, and cheese. What about the chocolate? Serotonin. This hormone is one of the happiness hormones. Surprisingly, 90% of this chemical is in your intestines and blood platelets, which means that serotonin also plays an important role in digestive health. Its nickname is the feel-good hormone, and not without reason. If you sleep well, have high self-esteem, are generally in a good mood, enjoy a healthy appetite and sexual desire, or memorize everything easily, your serotonin is definitely at a good level. What's more, having enough of this hormone helps you multitask. People with serotonin imbalance or deficiency suffer from anxiety, panic attacks, depression, or even fits of anger. And if you constantly get stuck on certain thoughts that seem more important than anything else in the world, this is called obsessive behavior, and a low level of serotonin is to blame. To produce serotonin, your body needs carbohydrates, so eat more bananas and yogurt. Also, try to get more sunlight, as it helps your body produce vitamin D, which in turn helps with serotonin production. Just don't forget about the sunscreen. Oxytocin. This hormone is the so-called love hormone. Yeah, baby. And your body releases it when you touch someone near and dear to you, whether it be a friend, a relative, or a lover. Oxytocin boosts your feeling of love and trust, which is why being in a relationship makes people happy. High levels of oxytocin help you effectively fight stress, increase sex drive, and even lower your blood pressure. If you feel lonely, stressed, tired, or unworthy, it may mean that your level of oxytocin is too low. People with this kind of problem tend to stay at home, avoid communication, and never have the energy to meet up with others or keep up a conversation. While it may seem peaceful, this reclusive lifestyle makes people with oxytocin deficiency unhappy. They realize something is wrong, but can't quite grasp what exactly is happening to them. If you recognize your symptoms, don't worry. There are several tips to increase the level of the love hormone in your body. First of all, get a massage. What? Yes, you heard that correctly. A massage will help you kill two birds with one stone. Your muscles will relax, and such prolonged physical contact will release oxytocin into your system. Plus, anyone who's ever gotten a professional massage knows that it feels amazing. So get to it. One more thing to do is hug your friends and family members any chance you get. Touch a colleague's arm while chatting, or cuddle with your pet on the couch in the evening. Well, as long as you don't have a python as a pet. Yeah, that's right. Who knew that hugs could benefit your health? Melatonin. This awesome chemical is called the anti-aging hormone. It's responsible for regulating your body clock and for recuperation and rest. Melatonin sets the pace for your body, letting it know what time of the day it is and even the time of year. It's like a calendar hormone, man. As soon as the sun sets, the pineal gland in your brain gets down to work, pumping out melatonin, which in turn makes you sleepy. The amount of this chemical in the system reaches its peak at 2 or 3 a.m. Light receptors in the brain trigger melatonin production when it's dark, which is the reason why blind people often have to take special supplements that help them regulate the level of melatonin in their body. This hormone is vital for people as it helps combat stress and even works as an antioxidant. Plus, it helps you sleep. Who doesn't love dozing off into dreamland, flying on the back of a dragon, or being a rock star on a stage in front of millions of screaming fans? Or what about, being naked in church? That's not good. Unfortunately, nowadays, electronic devices are keeping us from getting enough shut-eye by emitting a particular blue light that closely resembles daylight. If you spend hours or just minutes before sleep staring at the screen of your cell phone or laptop, melatonin production suffers. The same thing, though not to such an extent, goes for streetlights or any other sources of lighting near you at bedtime. Melatonin deficiency leads to obesity, diabetes, and even cancer. And that's not something to take lightly. Take lightly. Yeah, I get the pun. Haha. So, when you go to bed at night, put away any devices emitting blue light. Get blackout window shades, or find a cute sleep mask. Eat some cherries before going to sleep, since they're rich in melatonin. Also, don't wear anything too tight to bed. Studies have proven that constrictive clothing can decrease the production of melatonin by as much as 60%.
The crazy loophole where you just do 4 hours of work and it generates a new income stream that keeps paying you forevermore. How good does that sound? Well,
Endorphins. Now, this hormone is a natural painkiller produced by your body. It's known for its ability to deal with the pain caused both by internal and external factors. Endorphins don't get rid of pain completely. They just decrease its intensity. That's why you can often find these chemicals in pharmaceutical painkillers. Another cool thing about endorphins is that they can make you feel high absolutely legally. Nah, legally? When the pituitary gland starts pumping out endorphins, your mood improves and you become euphoric. And the more endorphins your body releases, the happier you are. That's why a lot of runners experience the so-called runner's high. When they push themselves to their physical limit, instead of feeling exhausted, they feel strong and ready to conquer the world. So, raise your cup to amazing endorphins. This hormone also allows people to perform effectively in extreme conditions. Our ancestors managed to survive in a hostile environment because endorphins block pain, giving them time to escape life-threatening situations. Whoa, saber-toothed tiger, gotta go. People with a low level of endorphins are too emotionally sensitive, have an extremely low pain tolerance, crave comfort foods, and may even feel depressed. To boost your level of endorphins, you can follow a special diet containing foods rich in good fats like avocados, olives, and coconut. Again, try to get out in the sun more, listen to your favorite music, exercise regularly, laugh more, and eat some dark chocolate. Ooh, dark chocolate, yeah. Now those are some satisfying tips to follow. Adrenaline, also known as epinephrine. Your kidneys produce this hormone to help you deal with stress. When you find yourself in a tense situation, 2 glands at the top of the kidneys release adrenaline to prepare you for fight or flight mode. Shall I stay or shall I go? Although some people believe that adrenaline lessens our pain, it's not exactly true. To be more precise, it makes you concentrate on the most urgent task at the moment, so you won't pay attention to your scraped knee while escaping from a burning building. Plus, adrenaline helps you see better by dilating your pupils. It allows you to notice potential danger, like your boss for instance, earlier and avoid it. Adrenaline also helps you think 2 or 3 times more quickly by stimulating your brain. This important hormone can stop a heart attack or an allergic reaction. Maybe this fact will surprise you, but EpiPens are named after adrenaline, aka epinephrine. Adrenaline constricts your veins, which in turn causes your heart to pump more blood. It also prevents the airways from narrowing if a person is having a life-threatening allergic reaction, so that breathing returns to normal. Norepinephrine, noradrenaline. This hormone also helps your body cope with a high-stress situation. It's produced in the central nervous system and in the adrenal glands. The effect noradrenaline has on your body is elevated blood pressure, dilated pupils, increased heart rate, and widened air passages. Not to mention, this hormone redirects the flow of blood from your skin to your muscles. That's what your body needs to operate well in potentially dangerous or highly stressful situations. Norepinephrine isn't produced constantly, but rather only when needed and disappears from the system after the threat is gone. Doctors use injections of norepinephrine during emergencies to restore critically low blood pressure. The hormone narrows the blood vessels in the limbs and directs the blood flow to the most important organs, the heart and the brain. A deficiency of this chemical can lead to some mental health problems like depression, anxiety, and even eating disorders. In this case, people might feel brain fog, lack of interest in life, and lethargy. If this all unfortunately sounds familiar to you, you can try to balance your level of norepinephrine naturally by eating the right foods. Bananas, beans, chocolate, cheese, eggs, chicken, meat, fish, and seafood, as well as oatmeal will help you out. Oatmeal. All right, that's enough. Doing exercise, jumping into cold water, or vice versa, sweating in a sauna, are other ways to increase norepinephrine in your system by 2 or 3 times. So, do you know any other interesting facts about hormones? Share with us in the comments below. Remember to give us a like for this helpful information.
Okay, so you understand our body produces it's a chemical making machine. So as we go on, you can get it from any healthy diets and all these drugs. Some drugs they make the same. Yeah, replacements of these hormones, not our body. They're just chemically made in the lab or whatever, or from nature. So endorphins, it's from good diet, good music, exercising, laughing. And then, norepinephrine, you got that wolf man who talks about, breathing and being in the cold, and he talks about cold showers and all that stuff, and beneficial for your health. So anyways, we'll go on to the next one. But now, they're your hormones. Now let's look at what some of our emotions and cause and effect on the body.
These $60 Japanese smart patches are taking the world by storm. Just apply them before bed and wake up feeling refreshed and clear.
How different emotions affect your health. It's a well-known fact that your distress can negatively influence your physical condition. But far fewer people know that every single emotion, be it happy or not, has an impact on your body. In short, all your feelings have physical consequences. Before you figure out why sadness makes you gain weight, click the subscribe button and turn on notifications to join us on the bright side of life. Love makes everything sweet. A study published in the journal Emotion in 2013 proved that when you're in love, both food and drinks, including distilled water, taste sweeter. According to the researchers, this may be connected with the babyhood association between a mother's love and sweet breast milk. In addition, love is a potent painkiller. According to Dr. Sean McKay from Stanford University Medical Center, when you're in the first passionate stage of love, it's often enough to look at a photo of your beloved to alleviate the pain you're suffering from. As for lust and infatuation, these emotions can make you slim down. At least that's what a study conducted by the dating website eHarmony discovered. Dr. Lyndon Papadopoulos, a psychologist who assisted with the research, states that 30% of participants in the butterfly stage of love experience significant weight loss. Anger leads to insomnia. While anger is an absolutely healthy and normal emotion, it can lead to insomnia. We're referring here to chronic anger that often spirals out of control. Anger increases the blood circulation to your limbs and your heart, which, in turn, doesn't let you fall asleep. Not only does anger rid you of rest, but it also results in diabetes, heart disease, high blood pressure, and a weak immune system. Powerlessness makes everything feel heavy. A study published in the Journal of Experimental Psychology in February 2014 reported that when you feel powerless, the objects you hold seem heavier than they really are. It's probably a self-defense mechanism to protect people who feel powerless from overextending themselves. Loneliness and sadness make people feel cold. People who feel lonely, sad, or excluded tend to estimate the temperature around them as a few degrees colder than it really is. This makes them long for hot food and beverages to compensate for the unwanted emotion. Moreover, sadness and depression have the ability to influence your appetite. This may lead to weight gain and, consequently, increased arterial pressure. Feeling offended and being unable to express this can cause acne. Your mind is closely connected to your skin. That's why most of those negative emotions you feel are reflected on your face. For example, if somebody keeps insulting you and you lock the hurt inside instead of reacting to the offense, chances are high that you'll have acne. So, to avoid the zits, just let it all out.
Yeah, that's what
Feel
I used to
better?
get that too.
Ooh, what a lovely complexion. Being in love improves your memory. Researchers from the University of Pavia in Italy declare that when you fall in love, your body has an increased level of nerve growth factor for the whole following year. Nerve growth factor is a hormone-like substance that helps rehabilitate your nervous system. On top of that, your memory improves because nerve growth factor triggers the development of new brain cells. Disgust upsets your stomach. If you're unable to suppress your disgust, don't feel bad about it. This feeling is one of the most difficult to overcome. When you're disgusted, your heart rate slows down and you experience nausea. Bleh. You may also feel like there's something wrong with your stomach. This happens because revulsion born from disgust is based on the same physiological elements that make up the digestive system. A fit of giggles can reduce stress hormone levels. Dr. Lee Burke from Loma Linda University in California found out that a fit of laughter can boost beta endorphins, which improve your mood, by 27%, and the levels of human growth hormone, which assists in cellular repair, increase by 87%. Cardiologists from the University of Maryland Medical Center have figured out that laughter decreases the risk of heart attacks. This happens because you lower the levels of stress hormones in your body when you laugh. Oh, that feels good. Jealousy weakens your immune system. Jealousy is one of the most unwanted but extremely strong human emotions. Since it's a mix of anger, stress, and fear, jealousy can lead to elevated adrenaline levels and increased heart rate and blood pressure. What's more, every time you feel jealous, it weakens your immune system. Feeling grateful lowers your blood pressure. The emotions you feel when you are grateful trigger oxytocin. As a result, your immune system becomes stronger and your blood pressure decreases. Plus, the healing processes in your body speed up. So, I guess we should all replace that jealousy with thoughts of real gratitude. Hey, works for
They
me.
talk about that, don't they, guys?
By crying, you get rid of stress chemicals.
That's why I've cried so much more.
Surprisingly, not all tears are the same. When Dr. William Fry, an American biochemist, compared the chemical composition of tears caused by emotional reasons and those produced when a person was cutting onions, he was amazed. Emotional tears had significantly higher levels of stress hormones and neurotransmitters. Dr. Fry drew the conclusion that the main aim of emotional crying is to get rid of stress chemicals.
Yeah.
If you hold back tears, you might weaken your immune system, ruin your digestion, and even impair your memory. Fear makes you pale. When you're afraid, you become pale because the blood drains from your face. The main reason is the activity of your autonomic nervous system, which controls your fight or flight response. This system makes the blood vessels decrease the blood flow to your extremities and your face. Instead, more blood is sent to your muscles to allow you to fight or escape if needed. Praising your partner benefits your cholesterol levels. Every time you express your feelings of love and affection to your partner, your cholesterol levels go down. This conclusion was drawn in a study published in the journal Human Communication Research. According to the study, if you spend 20 minutes 3 times a week writing about your beloved, your cholesterol levels will drop within 5 weeks. Shame can increase your heart rate. Toxic shame, which typically comes from the past, causes overproduction of the primary stress hormone, cortisol. As a result, you may suffer from constricted arteries and, consequently, an elevated heart rate.
Today, I decided to forgive you. Not because you apologized or because you acknowledged the pain that you caused me, but because my soul deserves peace.
Arguing slows down healing processes.
No.
Scientists from Ohio State University are sure that if you have a 30-minute row with your partner, your body's ability to heal will slow down dramatically. Thus, you can imagine how harmful arguing is in the long term. When you argue, your body produces more cytokines, immune molecules that can trigger inflammation. If there are high levels of cytokines in your body, it can lead to cancer, heart disease, and arthritis. Stress can be advantageous. Scientists from Stanford University School of Medicine discovered that short-term stress can strengthen your immune system and increase the levels of molecules that can fight cancer. Such a positive effect lasts for several weeks after a stressful event. At the same time, chronic or long-term stress impairs your memory and makes you easily exhausted. Chronic stress can even lead to diabetes and heart diseases. And here's a bonus. This all works the other way around as well, as external factors can influence your emotions. Dr. Lawrence Williams from the University of Colorado, Boulder, states that people draw a connection between physical and psychological warmth. As a result, you're bound to perceive a warm person or a person with warm hands as trustworthy and helpful. Also, if you're holding a warm drink in your hands, you perceive strangers as more friendly than at times when you were enjoying an iced latte. Psychologists from the University of Cambridge conducted another astonishing experiment. Participants received handouts with moral dilemmas. Some of them were printed on sheets of paper with a black and white border. Others were on paper with a colorful or gray border. Surprisingly, people with black and white dilemmas turned out to be more judgmental about morality or immorality, and those who had the paper with gray or colorful frames tended to consider both sides of the dilemma. Wow! Have you ever noticed that your emotions influence your physical condition? Say, write about your experience in the comments below. Remember to hit the like button, share this video with your friends, and subscribe to this channel to join us on the bright side of life.
So now you understand how emotions, our hormones, poor diets and all that stuff, and environments and all these negative emotions they cause some of the diseases, and then there's things that obviously improve. So did you know that all your feelings have physical consequences? It is a well-known fact that your distress can negatively influence your physical condition, but far few people know that every single emotion, be happy or not, has an impact on your body. For example, a study published in the Journal of Experimenting Psychology in February 2000 reported when you feel powerless, the objects you hold are heavier than they are. This is probably self-defense mechanism to protect people who feel powerless from overextended. And did you want to figure out why sadness makes you gain weight? Being alone improves your memory, and anger leads to insomnia. 100%. Okay. Now, we talked about loneliness and isolation. Well, not isolation there, but yeah. So this is a thing. What's happening right now, and people who live alone. So let's isolated has profound effects on the human body and brain. Here's what happens. Imagine being in a small dark room with no social interaction whatsoever for 30 days. Not many people would jump at this opportunity. But in November 2008, a professional USA player, rocker Rich Albert, betted $1 million that he could survive the 30 days in total darkness. He was kept in a small, complete dark room with nothing but a bed in it, a fridge and bathroom, and even with all this he needed to survive. And he couldn't last a month. After 20 days, he negotiated his release and a payout of $62,400. There are countless negative effects that social isolation and extreme isolation can have on our minds and bodies. Well, there's no exception reporting that he experienced a range of side effects, including changes to his sleep cycle, hallucinations. But why is isolation so difficult for humans to withstand? One reason for that living in isolation is difficult is because humans are social creatures. Many people that have lived in isolated environments, such as researchers stationed in Antarctica, thought that loneliness can be one of the most difficult part of the job. Yoshi Grinsberg in Israel, an adventurer and author who survived weeks alone in the Amazon, said that loneliness was what he suffered from most, and he had created imaginary friends to keep himself company. Loneliness can be damaging to both our mental and physical health. Socially isolated people are less able to deal with stressful situations. They are also more likely to feel depressed and have problems processing information. This then can lead to difficulties with decision making and memory storage and recall. People who are lonely are also more susceptible to illness. Researchers found that a lonely person's immune system responds differently to fighting viruses, then making them likely to develop an illness. The impacts of social isolation become worse when people are placed in physical isolating environments, for example, solitary confinement, and can have negative psychological effects on prisoners, including significant increases in anxiety, panic attacks, increases of paranoia, and being less able to think clearly. Many prisoners also report long-term mental health problems after being held in isolations. Natasha Nopskuk, I can't say that, an Australian woman who was kidnapped at the age of 10 and held captive in a cellar for 8 years, noted in her biography that the lack of light and human contact mentally weakened her. She also reported that endless hours and days spent completely isolated made her skeptical to her captures, orders, and manipulations. Now, can you see where I'm going with this? Okay, alone in the dark. Well, with alone in the dark, it's pretty scary, wouldn't it be? The effects of isolation can become even more profound if you experience it in total darkness, causing both physical and psychological consequences. One impact of being in complete darkness is that it can wreck your sleep cycle. Two of the key mechanisms for sleep regulation is the hormone melatonin, exactly what we just learned before, and the brain's suprachiasmatic nucleus both rely on light to function. So daylight reduces levels of melatonin, keeping us feel awake. Daylight also helps the suprachiasmatic nucleus on rest and waking time to our sleep cycle to start the drift. Without daylight, on 24-hour circadian rhythm can change. This explains why people exploring cave systems, for example, may find that their sleep-wake cycle becomes disrupted. This means that at the same time they feel like going to sleep doesn't stay in a regular pattern and can shift each day. Disruptions to our circadian rhythm can also make us feel depressed and fatigued. This has also been linked to the increased cancer risk, insulin resistance, and heart disease, as well as other physical problems and such as obesity and premature aging. People placed in isolation may also experience hallucinations. The lack of stimulation causes people to miss the true internal thoughts and feelings as an occurring in the outer environment. Essentially, hallucinations happen because of the lack of brain stimulation. In fact, revealed he began experiencing hallucinations by his third day in isolation, ranging from seeing the room fill up with bubbles to imagine that the ceiling had opened up to show him a starry sky. People in total isolation may feel that there is a ghostly appearance and that someone's watching them. While the impact of total isolation can be severe, the good news is that these effects are reversible. They had exposure to daylight can normally correct your sleep-wake patterns through. This might take weeks or even months, in some cases before it's fully adjusted. Reconnecting with other humans can reduce loneliness and help us restore us to good mental and physical. However, some people who have been held in social isolation against their will may develop a long-term health mental conditions such as post-traumatic stress disorder. But some people who have faced the challenge of being alone for extended periods of time may show personal growth, including emotional growth, feeling closer to family and friends, and having a better perspective on life as a result of their experience. After 20 days willingly spent in total isolation, even Alenti said he's changed, reporting that his experience gave him greater appreciation for people and life, a better attention and focus, and overall feeling happier than before. That means not going out unless it's totally necessary and limiting contact with loved ones who you don't live. This is especially important for people who are at high risk for COVID-19. But given how prevalent this virus is, and it applies to everyone else regardless of age and health, couple all that with colder weather, limiting socially distant outdoor gatherings, and in many states, you may start to feel the same sense of isolation you experienced back in March and April. And prolonged isolation can profoundly negative impact on your mind and body. Research has shown chronic social isolation increases the risk of mental health issues like depression, anxiety, substance abuse, as well as chronic conditions like high blood pressure, heart disease, diabetes. It also raises the risk of dementia in older adults. Humans are social creatures by nature, explains the clinical psychologist and Ruffer, PhD. We're not meant to live solitary lives. It's important for us to be able to engage, to share our experiences and feelings, and others bear witness. That's true even for people who are introverted. Additionally, when we physically bond with loved ones, like hugging or breastfeeding, the pituitary gland releases a hormone called oxytocin that makes us claim that we're happy, calm and happy. Isolation, being cut off from social contact, has a problem for older adults long before this pandemic began. Like circumstances like living as far from friends and family and losing a partner or being unable to drive often create unanticipated situations in which we find ourselves isolated that sometimes puts our health in jeopardy. In studies of people, isolation is associated with an increased risk for dementia, although it's unclear how high the risk is. Dr. Selena says, in lab animals, isolation has been shown to cause brain shrinkage and the kind of brain changes you see in Alzheimer's disease, reduced brain cell connections, and produced levels of brain-deprived neuroprotective factor, which is important for formation, connection, and repair of brain cells. Isolation is also associated with elevated risks of heart attack, stroke, chronic inflammation, depression, anxiety, perceived stress, and loneliness. People who feel lonely and disconnected from others have been shown to have faster rates of their cognitive skills decline than people who don't feel lonely. Loneliness is also tied to the risk of losing the ability to take care of yourself and lead yourself to an early death. So, very tired. So, I understand, like, this thing kind of what they're happening in these lockdowns, what I'm trying to say. And some people are already in these situations and now, like, it's even worse, and then they're killing their livelihoods. Kind of seems like, is it our stress or is it the virus killing us? Anyways, so now I'll go into the next bit. So this is some statistics I had collected all the way around. So 5% of the world's population, 1.1 billion people, have had a mental illness in 2016. It is expected that 45% of us will experience a mental illness in our lifetime. So that's half, 50% of the population. 20% of Australians will experience a current and chronic mental health or behavioural condition prior to COVID-19. And these figures are expected to rise significantly. Yep, definitely have. Current treatment options are inadequate. Typical treatments work only about 35% of the people with mental illness. And even when they do, most continue to experience some symptoms and most relapse with the first year or two after treatment stops. In Australia, mental illness is the leading cause of non-fatal disease burden and the third leading disease and cause of total disease burden. The direct cost of mental illness in Australia is at least $68 billion annually, with indirect cost amounting $180 billion only. This is prior to COVID-19 pandemic. That's our taxpayers' dollars, and I'm fucking telling you, mate, you give me $180 billion? Fucking hell. I don't know if you do that, but I could have a pretty fucking amazing system set up, I'm pretty sure. Okay, so... and well-designed clinical trials and psychedelic-assisted psychotherapy have produced impressive results, demonstrating there is a potential to be a game changer for mental health treatment. Absolutely. So, as now I'm moving on to this part, so I've had, when you get to my life story, I'll tell you, but yeah, I've had severe mental health and a long history of it in and out. And as you'll learn, when my life story, I moved to Strathalbyn and from Port Town, and yeah, I've now had 2 experiences of this, and I swear that mental, and I've had like the antidepressants, and I was working in mental health and was a childcare. I've done childcare, and I was then disability expert, then went mental health, and was then planning to deciding that I really wanted to do something. I always said that, but because I had, don't worry, I shouldn't even be saying that, but yeah. So, to get real with the current state of mental health in Australia and around the world, I worked on this like 2 years ago, or almost 3 years ago now. I've been working on this here and there to illustrate and magnify the issues that and this is also I want to get people to understand and start researching and reaching out to Mind Medicine Australia, because unfortunately again it got denied, which we'll come to that after. To help address, we present some of the basic numbers relevant to mental illness in Australia. And globally, mental illness refers to clinically diagnosable psychology, emotional or behavioural disorders, for example, depression, anxiety, substance abuse, post-traumatic distress disorder. These disorders can vary in severity and duration, 100%. And often having damaging effects not only on the afflicted individual, their families and peers, with far-reaching consequences for society as a whole, 100%. When someone suicides, it affects the whole fucking community. It's not just one person. Okay, so here's a map of the substance. Well, as you can see, red means 25%. So Australia's up there leading the world with mental health. So yeah. So right now, it's an estimated 15% of the world's population, a staggering 1.1 billion, had a mental illness in 2000. Currently, over 300 million people suffer with depression disorder, equivalent to 4% of the world's population. Regions with the highest rates of mental health illness globally include Australia, North America, and Western Europe. A number of explanations for this pattern have been put forward. Across all diseases, 5 types of mental illness appeared in the top 20 causes of global disease burden in 2013, which takes into account both death and disability. Globally, mental illness has been estimated to account for 7%, ranked 5th of global disease burden. through. Some argue this is a gross underestimation. Depression is ranked by the WHO as the single largest contributor to non-fatal global disability, and 7.5% of all years lived with disability in 2000. Anxiety disorders are ranked 3.7. So there you go. And then it just says, Figure 1 shares the population with the mental health and substance use disorder. This includes depression, anxiety, bipolar, eating disorders, alcohol and drug use disorders, schizophrenia, due to a widespread undiagnosed. These estimates use a combination of sources including medical and national records, epidemiology data, survey data, and meta-regression models. And there's the link if you want to go check it out yourself. Oh shit. Well, that was great. We'll get back to that. Okay, so there. Alright, so now we'll go back to Australia. These are Australian mental illness. Good. So in 2017, 18 year, 1.8 million Australians aged 16 to 85 had current or chronic mental health or behaviour conditions. This number has been steadily increasing, up nearly 3% from 2014-15 year National Health Survey. At least 45% of Australians will experience mental illness in their lifetime. The most common mental illness in Australia are depression, anxiety and substance use disorders, often all occur together in a single year. 13% of Australians will be diagnosed with an anxiety-related condition, e.g. post-traumatic disorders, social phobias, 10% with depression-related condition, and over 5% of Australian adults and 13% of people aged 16 to 24 will be diagnosed with a substance use disorder. Diagnoses aside, in 2017 and 18, 13% of Australia's population, 2.4 million Australians, reported high or very high psychosocial distress over the past 4 weeks alone. Mental illness in Australia harms. In 2011, mental illness was responsible for 12% of the total disease burden in Australia, years of life lost and the years of lives lived with disability combined, behind only cancer and cardiovascular disease. When considering only years lived with disability, non-fatal disease burden, mental illness was the leading cause. An estimated 200 Australians attempt to take their life each day, and the suicide rate in Australia has been steadily on the rise over the past decade. Suicide is the 13th leading disease cause of death, and over 3,000 Australians take their life each year, and that concludes to 8 to 9 people each day. The more relevant causes of death are absolute factors largely associated with old age and medium ages of death for these causes, especially in the 80s. The mean age of suicide is 45 years old. Mood disorders, including depression and anxiety, are the leading cause of suicide, accounting for 43% of Australian suicides in 2018-17. And you go to that thing and you go to the ages and you look at, oops, again, why do I keep doing that? This is annoying. Oh god. Alright, so from the 2018, one we're getting started from, Australians aged 15 to 64 with mental or behaviours are nearly twice as likely to be unemployed or not in the labour force. 37.8% than those without the illness. Yes, because there is discrimination there, I must say, unfortunately. 20.5%. A 2013 report commissioned by Medibank and the Neuros Group found that overall cost of supporting people with a mental illness to be at least $28.6 billion annually, for exceeding previous estimates that failed to consider numerous non-health expenses, e.g. income support, housing, criminal justice, the estimate of which does not include indirect costs such as loss of productivity amounts of 2.2% of Australia's gross domestic product. And yeah, that's just more just data you can go look at. But anyway, mine okay. Sorry, My Medicine Australia exists to help elevate the suffering caused by mental illness in Australia through expanding the treatment options available to medical practitioners and their patients. We've already had a major mental health epidemic prior to this pandemic, and this has been severely accelerated, as noted below when I show you these things prior to COVID-19 and this pandemic, and its new treatments are urgently needed to heal those who have already been damaged by this major crisis. Absolutely. All lives fucking matter, and it's not just about a flu, is it? So this is going, when did it start this? So this is going last year, and this is what my Medicine Australia is about, and their predictions of mental health, and then the statistics, and it's all linked to so this is the statistics, and probably we'll get a new lot if we do it from this year, and it'll be even worse. I've got a frog in my face. Over the next 5 years, the additional cost to Australian economy from those suffering from heightened psychological distress who remain employed but are reduced productivities will be estimated $114 billion. Modelling from the University of Sydney Brain and Mind Centre suggests the COVID-19 will contribute to a major surge of 25% of suicides and an increase of up to 30% among younger people from 15 to 25. The tsunami of newly unemployed people and the disruption to the education and training and young people's lives, the forecast is to be delivered at $4.5 billion hit to the economic productivity over the next 5 years. We could lead to the greatest decline in national wealth since the Great Depression. Absolutely. So poverty. Suicide rates in Australia are forecast to rise up to 50% due to the economic and social impacts of the coronavirus, and tip to outcasts. Yeah, absolutely. This is what I'm saying, and I can prove this. That outstrips the deaths from the pandemic by up to 10 times. The world-leading research by country's top mental health experts predicts the impact of this virus could result in an extra 1,500 deaths a year over the next 5 years, and a generational mental health crisis linked to the pandemic. And, having this is traumatic experience, absolutely. Former mental health commissioner and the head of the Brain and Mind Centre, Ian Hickel, told the Australian that the modelling showed that the annual rate of suicide could rise from 3,000 up to 4,500, with suicide making an utmost of half. Australian bosses who don't actively manage the mental health of their employees while they work from home will experience an unprecedented number of health and safety claims next year. So this is happening out. Prior to the recent spike in cases in Victoria, our most conservative estimates were a 14% increase to overall suicide rates due to COVID-19 restrictions and the subsequent social dislocation and economic fallout nationally. We also estimated at least 25% increase in the suicide rates in the rural and regional areas with pre-existing high levels of unemployment and educational disadvantage in Victoria. The authors modelling 3 scenarios. The best case scenario, which assumes employment reaches 11.7% and youth employment rises to 19%. An extended duration scenario, which retains the peak unemployment rates of the best case scenario but extends the duration of high unemployment. Unemployment stays above that 8.5% and youth unemployment was above 15% in August 22. Worst case scenario, which assumes unemployment reaches 17 and youth unemployment to 25. Yep. Because of the careful but slow work of classifying drug-related deaths, the epical effects of COVID-19 on our overdose toll will not be seen until the OD report is released in 2022 and several years beyond that. But as evidence from overseas shows, COVID-19 is accelerating trends and accelerating the risk factors for what already is detectable in this year's report for overdoses in America. As the number of cases of coronavirus, oh, this is funny because, disease, COVID, caused the virus, blah, blah, yeah, I don't know, it is. Australia with consequences with the health system and society at large. We need to remember that during this pandemic that the necessary social distancing measures, effective school closures and rising unemployment levels may lead to an increased risk of child abuse and neglect. Okay, now we'll go into this. Children and youth. Demand for children's mental health has also skyrocketed in Victoria, with accesses to services jumping more than 30% since September. According to the data, there were 3,702 calls to the Kids Helpline by Victorians, a 61% increase in just 4 weeks. Written this article on the 14th of October 2020. In Melbourne's Outer East, psychologist Sharon Patton is the steering Headspace mental health service for young people with the pandemic. Its Knox office sits between the major suburban hubs of Ringwood, Burnie and Glen Waverley and the more rural Dandenong ranges. It has seen an estimated 50% rise in referrals for young people who have been admitted to the hospital emergency department because of mental health crises. A concern about the coronavirus is driving one Australian child to call Kids Helpline every 60 seconds. New data shows Kids Helpline data gathered in March showed the service has experienced a 40% spike calls compared to the same time this time last year. Department of Health and Human Services data shows Victoria has recorded a 33% of rise in children presenting in hospital with self-harm injuries in the past 6 weeks compared to the year earlier. The total number of self-harm presentations to emergency across all ages has been increased by 10%. That was August 2020. Youth make up a significant portion of Australia's casualised and gig and economy workforce, and in those industries hit the hardest by the pandemic, including retail and hospitality. Youth unemployment is currently sitting at 13.8. Underemployment is another challenge that young people face, and even if you have a job, you may not be able to work the number of hours, and they would like to earn an adequate income. Young Australians aged 16 to 34 are at the greatest risk of loneliness, with 42% reportedly feeling isolated and alone during this pandemic. Young people are known to already be at a high risk of experiencing mental illness and are more vulnerable to the impacts of loneliness, joblessness, and a lack of social engagement post-COVID-19 without an adequate support structure to manage life's ups and downs. A national survey of 2,208 young people aged 15 to 25 and 2,164 parents of young people aged 12 to 20 conducted at the height of the COVID-19 lockdown in Australia showed 40% of young respondents felt that the pandemic had impacted their confidence to achieve future goals. Young women were more likely to feel this way, 43%, and then young men, 38%. As the number of cases of the COVID caused rises exponentially in Australia with the consequences for health system and society at large, we need to measure this that children can lead that. The reports made by the members of the public to the Australian Centre of Counter Child Exploitation is an increase by 122% as the nation went into coronavirus lockdown. The number of reports received by the Australian Centre to Counter Child Exploitation in the 12 months to July 2020 was 21,000, up from 14,000 in the same period in the previous years. It comes as reports to the Australian Centre to Counter Child Exploitation jumped by that 123% in 12 months. The Child Protection Trade Unit said that the average number of child expert reports has received 776 per month to 1,731 per month in the month of May 2020. At least 7.4 million files of child abuse material were detected collected on peer-to-peer networks in the state of Maine 2020, and a number that police believe is likely to be significantly underestimated due to the level of activity of Victoria. 750,000 Australian children are likely to be experiencing employment stress in a family as a result of COVID-19. On top of this, around 615,000 children whose families were already dealing with employment stress, their situations have just been worsened. The latest figures from the Australian Bureau of Statistics show 2.7 million people have left their job or had their hours reduced between March and April. This means job crisis is affecting 1.4 million Australian children, according to the new modelling from the Mitchell Institution. There has been a significant increase in anxiety, depression, in young people aged up to 14 years old since the Victorian second coronavirus wave began. Data analysts of 3 million patients across general practices in Victoria and New South Wales found. But it also saw a significantly sustained increase from week 13 of the 25th of March onwards, and doubling the diagnosis rates. By week 22 onwards, anxiety-related diagnoses has reached the peak for the year, comprising 2.4% of all consultations to general practitioners in the group aged 0 to 19, compared to 1.1 in the same age group in 2019. In the same week, depression-related diagnosis rose up to 1.5 total consultations in the same age group in 2020, compared to less than 1% in the same week in 2019. GPs are stating she was as many 12 to 15-year-olds who are so depressed that she had no option but to put them onto antidepressants. And I'll tell you all about what antidepressants do and why they're so wrong, and what a psychologist told me they're all about. GP Stacey Harris, who wrote the letter, says she's seen a large spike in number of children and teenagers who are so depressed, in some cases were suicidal and were self-harming. It's pretty bad, guys. Children. Okay, now pornography. After spending almost 3 months in lockdown and casual sex with strangers, either outlawed or significantly discouraged, Australian porn use has surged. In April, Dr. Paul J. Margin from the University of Western Australia conducted an informal Twitter poll and found 6% had increased their porn usage during the pandemic. Pornhub, the world's largest porn site with over 42 billion views in 2019, is proving to be a beneficiary of the lockdowns that is taking place in numerous countries. By the end of March, and after the announcement of free access to premium content, traffic to the site had increased on average by almost 20% worldwide compared to the standard operating in February. In Italy, the increase was 57%, Spain was 61%, and in Australia, traffic for men was up 34%. Domestic and family violence. Australia is no different, with reports of increased calls to domestic violence helpline, including 11% increased calls to 1-800-RESPECT and a 26% increase in calls to Menline. In addition, Google reported a 75% increase in internet searches relating support for domestic violence. It is likely that these increased calls and searches are the tip of the iceberg, as survivors socially isolating at home with their abusers are often unable to seek help. Half the vulnerable women seeking legal assistance are getting turned away, with services saying that they need 123 more lawyers, and a $25 million funding boost to cope. Frontline domestic violence specialists say the economic impacts of COVID-19 are disproportionately affecting victims, trapping them in situations of abuse due to financial dependence, unemployment, and lack of affordable accommodation. A survey of specialists in 34 community centres across New South Wales found rising rates of women experiencing domestic violence since the onset of the pandemic, with more than 85% recording an increase to the complexity of the client's cases. The study provides provides the strongest evidence available about the prevalence of domestic violence experienced in Australian women during the initial stages of COVID-19. 1 in 20 women, 4.6%, experienced physical or sexual violence over the last 3 months. 5.8% experienced coercive control, and 1 in 10, 11.6%, experienced at least one form of emotionally abusive, harassing, or controlling behaviour portrayed by a current or former partner. Critically, the COVID-19 pandemic appears to have coincided with onset of physical or sexual abuse. For women, it's increased frequency or severity of ongoing violence or abuse. 2/3 of women who had experienced physical or sexual violence by a current lover said the violence had started and escalated in the 3 months prior to the survey. Similarly, more than half the women who experienced coercive control reported the onset and the escalation of the emotional abuse and harassing and control behaviour during the COVID-19 pandemic. Almost 10 Australian women in a relationship have experienced domestic violence during the coronavirus, with 2/3 saying the attack started or became worse during the pandemic. A survey by the Australian Institute of Criminology also reveals more than half of women who had experienced physical or sexual violence before COVID-19 crisis had said the violence had become more frequent and severe since the start of the pandemic. According to our data, the assaults in homes increased from 118 presentations in May 2009 to 175 in May 2020. This is a 48% increase in frequency and a 91% increase related to emergency department caseloads. Between March and April 2020, 14% of family violence calls to Victoria Police were attributed to circumstances surrounding coronavirus. And the campaign came as Melbourne St Vincent's Hospital records a significant increase in the number of people who experience family violence and presenting it to the emergency departments. The hospital's chief social worker, Lisa Bradley, said the presentations to the hospital related to family violence had more than doubled in the first quarter of the 2020 compared to 2019. The National Sex Assault, Domestic and Family Violence Counselling Service, 100%, said between March and April, and the use of its online chat tool increased by 38%. The organisation said the increase represented close to 1,000 people, with more than 4,000 people overall seeking help through its web chats in March and April. The organisation said online chats March to April had been the second busiest 2-month period the organisation has ever had in its history. Family violence workers are also reporting new forms of violence, including perpetrators demanding that women wash their hands and body excessively to the point that they bleed, and spreading rumours that the victims had COVID-19 or no one would come near them. Practitioners also reported predators were not letting women out of their homes to protect them from coronavirus, and they were using the restrictions as an excuse to stay with their ex-partners. We're also monitoring the internet use and mobile use phones more, forcing family violence workers to come up with stealth methods to combat this. Google searches about domestic violence had increased by 75% since the first recorded COVID-19 cases in the state, Attorney General Mark revealed today. And then divorce. A study on the impacts of the COVID-19 relation in Australia, the leading national provider of relationship support crisis, found that 40% of people had experienced a negative change in their relationships and with their partners during the last few months. Google searches for the term divorce surged to the highest point in 12 months at the end of June, suppressing the usual spike after the Christmas New Year. Mental health. The first official data revealing the depth of the mental health disaster in Victoria since the second wave outbreak reveals access to some crisis service had risen up to 67% in the space of 4 weeks. The Commonwealth Health Department figures obtained by the Australian reveal that in September and October, 350,844 Victorians saw access to Medicare-funded GP, psychiatrists, psychologists and counselling treatments. That was a 31% increase on the same period last year, and that is 3 times higher than the national's average, written on the 14th of October 2020, this article was. The access to Australian Beyond Blue services in Victoria was 70% higher than the rest of the country. The total number of contacts to the mental health organisation was 6,400 over the last same 4 weeks, a 67% increase over the same time last year, compared with a 25% increase in New South Wales nationally. Victorians' use of lifeline services was 16% higher than the rest of the country, and Kids Helpline 24% higher. Victoria's own data showed 33% spike in children and youth contracts in the community mental health services for eating disorders, written in October 2020. A GP stating that there are seen 15 to 20 mental health cases a day as opposed to 3 to 4 than last year. Nearly 4 in 5 Australians say their mental health has deteriorated since COVID-19 pandemic, and beginning with the financial being, obviously. A survey of 5,000 Australians by mental health advocates, the Black Dog Institute, also finds 80% of people feel highly uncertain about the future and are more worried about their loved ones catching coronavirus and getting sick themselves. At least 4 in 5 participants reported that since the outbreak, their mental health had worsened. Over half of them, 55%, saying it worsened a little, and almost a quarter it had worsened a lot. The soon-to-be published paper says many people are experiencing high levels of uncertainty about the future. 80% and half reported moderate to extreme loneliness and worried about their financial situation. Given loneliness, social isolation and financial stress are significant risk factors to poor mental and physical health and risk factors to suicidal ideation. These findings are concerning. The survey, mostly conducted in early April, found that people were turning to the bottle as a coping mechanism, consuming excess amounts of alcohol. More than half, 52% of people admitted drinking at hazardous levels. Results showed a 78% of the participants reported their mental health problems had worsened during the outbreak and its peak. 1 in 4, 25%, were worried about getting infected, and 1 in 2, 52%, were worried their friends and family would be infected. Nearly half were worried about loneliness, financial troubles, and uncertainty. Psychological and distress levels were higher, with 62% and 50% and 56% reporting raised levels of depression, anxiety, and stress. And respectively, health anxiety was raised in nearly a quarter of the respondents. These data quantified the magnitude and the severity of mental health problems in the first month of these restrictions. They indicate a widespread change in the usual psychological state, with about a quarter of the whole population experiencing mild to moderate symptoms of depression, 26.7%, anxiety, 24%, higher than the threshold depressive symptoms in America's national survey, where it was 16.7%, or in a systematic review of the sub-threshold generalized anxiety. The further point, the prevalence of clinically significant depressive symptoms are 6 times higher than the 3.7 found using the PQH9 with a randomly selected population of Australian adults in 2015, and 2 to 3 times higher than the equivalent point. Prevalence estimates that 3.3% to 10.8% from other high-income countries. There is a similar difference in point for all generalized anxiety symptoms. 20% in this study, 5.9% to 10% of other population-based studies. There are few community point estimates of the thoughts of being better off dead or self-harm, but the 14.6 found in the surveys is much higher than the 1.8% found among adults in South Australia. The number of counselling sessions used by Australian veterans and families has spiked up by more than 50% during the coronavirus. Western Australian mothers have kept their jobs during the lockdowns, but they are paying higher price in mental illness, with 40% of fly-in and fly-out workers reporting psychological distress, up from 33% before the pandemic, as well as an increased risk of suicide. Parental anxiety and depression. Australia, known as PANDA, has recorded a 20% increase in the number of calls to its free helpline and since the self-isolation and social distancing policy to combat the spread of coronavirus were introduced across the country. Beyond Blue coping during the coronavirus thread on its online discussion forum had received a record average of 2,000 hits per day. Mr. Harmon said that this is 7 times more than a similar thread set up during the summer bushfires that Australia has had. Almost half of Australians felt nervous, or at least at some time. 2 in 5 Australian Aussies felt restless and fidgety, and that everything was an effort, and at the same effort at some time. Almost 1 in 6 Australians, 17%, who reported feelings impacting their emotional and mental well-being in August, had discussed these with their doctors or other health professionals. Data provided by hospitals and support services showed that the national surge of 25 and 50% in presentations for eating disorders across the public health system. Contacting support. So right now, Australians are turning to crisis hotlines more than ever, with calls increasing 25% compared to last year. Lifeline, Australia's largest crisis line, will receive well over 1 million calls this year. Also, a 25% increase is significant, a spokeswoman said. In March, Lifeline received almost 90,000 calls for help, a record for the organisation in over its 57 history of being open. In Victoria, we had when the second wave has claimed hundreds of lives and seen thousands of people infected, and the mental health toll has been pronounced when the Victorian government locked down several public housing towers. Lifeline saw a 22% increase in calls from the state. When the stage 4 restrictions were announced, the calls from Victorians jumped up by 30%. Eating disorders in Victoria has reported a 30% increase in calls to helpline. Chief Executive Belinda Cadwell said the services had been increased to severe demand, with 10 support groups a month now, up from just 3. I'm concerned about the COVID is driving one Australian child to call the Kids Helpline every 69 seconds. New data shows Kids Helpline data gathered in March showed the service has experienced a 40% spike in its call compared to this same time last year. Over the past week, there has been a further increase in calls and emails to Beyond Blue's existing 24/7 support service, and 1 in 3 contacts were from people directly impacted by the coronavirus. So everything's peaking. So now we're here, hospitalisations. Early August, a week into the stock for the government, for self-harm, blah blah, the department, blah blah, 33% of children Alright, employment. In 2020, 2.3 million Australians, 1 in 5 employed people were either unemployed or had work hours reduced for economic reasons, resulting in the steepest rise in rates of unemployment on record. A change from the 5.2% in March to 7.4% in June 2020, and it's now down 6.7%. But now, because of where we are now, fuck, it's through the roof, doesn't it? The actual unemployment number is estimated to be 11, which is now changed. Unemployment alone associated with the 2 to threshold increased risk of death by suicide compared with those being employed. And the sudden spikes in unemployment are associated with the corresponding surges in the population's rates of suicide. Well, no shit. Because if you got nothing left, you got no money, no job, no family, let's say, lost everything, then what the fuck is there? You'd be that feeling, what the fuck is there left to do? You have to become a criminal, and then you fucking end up on the other side, don't you? So, it's a sick joke. It really is. Anyways, I'm getting tired of reading all these things. We know that. So overall, this means about 65.4% of women who experienced physical or sexual abuse from a current former partner in the 3 months the survey had experienced either violence for the first time by a partner or an escalation in the frequency and the severity of the prior violence. Similarly, 54% of women who experienced received control from a current partner or former cohabiting partner in the 3 months prior to the survey said they had experienced emotional, abusive, harassing or controlling behaviour by that partner this first time, or that the abuse had escalated. So, suicide risk is linked to unemployment rates. In 2008, suicide rates increased by 20 to 30% from the pre-GFC levels as the employment rates increased. Current day unemployment rates are rising from the COVID-19, with the total economic to contract by 8% in 2029, with job seeker and job keeper stimulus currently in place. The true impact of the economic crisis on individuals and households will not be known for some time. Financial insecurity, according to the report, Brand New Australia by research agencies The Lab and Nature, 48% of Australians expect the next few years to be financially different. 44% won't be able to relax until there is a vaccine. 65% believe the COVID-19 is the reset needed to reevaluate how we live our lives, and 58% want a simpler life than the health crisis is over. Alcohol and tobacco. The survey, mostly conducted in early April, found people returning to the bottle as a coping mechanism, consuming excessive amounts of alcohol, more than 50% admitted to drinking hazard levels. In terms of proximal factors, it was predicted that disrupted lifestyle factors, negative mood, lost employment would predict increased drinking post-pandemic onset. As hyphenate size, those who had lost their job as a result of COVID-19 reported drinking more. Those who had not. Well, no shit, because you got to work, aren't you? Health behaviours include eating a lot more than usual, and both sleeping a lot more than usual, and a lot less than normal were associated with the increase of drinking. High levels of depression and stress associated with increased drinking as predicted. The Foundation of Alcohol Research and Education conducted the poll of 145,045 Australians aged 18 and over during the period of 3 to 5 April 2020. 70% report drinking more alcohol than usual since the COVID-19 outbreak in Australia. 32% are concerned with the amount of alcohol that either someone in their house is drinking. Over 1/3 say they are drinking alcohol daily. 28% are drinking alcohol to cope with anxiety and stress. 28% have been drinking alcohol on their own more often. 24% have stated drinking alcohol and end up drinking more than they should have and than they plan to. 20% report having stated drinking alcohol earlier in the day. The Burnout Institute conducted interviews with 60 members of the Melbourne injecting drug user cohorts to study mix between 29th of March to the 1st 20 modified a questionnaire which was used to include new questions specifically related to COVID-19 restrictions and allowed comparisons to be made with the data collected from the interviews conducted. Different participants before COVID-19 restrictions were implemented. While this initial study of people who inject and use drugs found that COVID-19 had limited impacts on their drug purchase and use. 11% increase in frequency of alcohol consuming, 13% who smoke and reported more. A new Alcohol and Drug Foundation survey has found 1 in 8 Australians have been drinking every day since the coronavirus. 1 in 10 people reported consuming more than 10 standard drinks per week, increasing the risk of alcohol-related diseases such as cancer. Nearly 1 in 5 people said they wish they were drunk less during the COVID-19 lockdown, and half coping to cut down in the future. Eating disorders, I don't know why. Refugee and migrant issues. So 3/4 of temporary migrants seeking support for domestic and family violence during the COVID pandemic have said they feared for their lives since the survey prior cases files revealed that as COVID advocates mourn the influx calls for help, given the limited data available, holders use apparently resettled refugees as a reference group, established socio-economic benchmarks based on the analysis said that nearly 22,000 asylum seekers, Chev and holders stand to lose their jobs as a result of the coronavirus outbreak, extending income support of the 22,000 out of work asylum seekers and refugees will cost the government just 2% over the forward estimates on top of the existing budget measures to extend job seeker and coronavirus supplements. Without a job or any income support, the spike of unemployment will cost the government $700,000 a week lost in tax revenue, or nearly $43 million over the forward estimates in 2021. A total loss of income will take over $10 billion per week off the economy until these incomes are replaced or summoned. 91% of this group are renters and who will be unable to pay their rent and potentially cost private landlords up to $25 million per month in foregone rental income. Nearly 74,000 people in this group are also short-term leases and do not have a rental agreement contract, leaving these unemployed highly vulnerable to eviction. Absolutely. Inability to pay rent could increase the rate of overcrowded dwellings from this group from 22% to 75%. Racism. In February, the Commission recorded more complaints under the Racial Discrimination Act than any time over the past 12 months, since the rate of complaints has been within the usual range and over towards the high to the end. 1/3 of all racial claims are made to the Commission since the start of February have been related to COVID-19. The COVID-19 Racism Incident Report survey has launched on April 2nd, 2020. To date, it has collected over 410 points of COVID-19 related racism. The report analysts cognitive and the cognitive data for the first 2 months survey. I'm not sure anyways what fucking that's gotta mean. Fucking a bit lost there. Racism and COVID-19, but anyways, whatever. Commercial break-ins increased 41% in the first month of the corona convictions in South Australia, according to new crime statistics. 1 in Australians experienced cybercrime during the COVID-19, according to new research from Norton Locklife. Well, no shit. And you know what? It's fucking getting more hectic in SA too. But I know in the western suburbs, anyways, the crime. It's just beyond a joke. It's just beyond a joke. And yes, some people, if you lose everything, yeah, you can get onto the cyber world and use all these hacker things and rip people off. Absolutely, what do you expect? So yeah, that just shows you. And this has got, so now we're nearly in 2022 now, aren't we? So I can tell you since then the data's gone up higher again. And now with these mandates and even more people lost, like, so it's clearly, you know that these things were, yeah. Anyways, my name's Australia, they're trying to get psychedelic, so MDMA and magic mushrooms, like the psilocybin in it, and DMT, you know, just those ones to get, change it to a scheduled class where they use it for medical use. And, you know, they've got a management team and advisory panel of members consisting of leading practitioners in the applied treatment of mental illness and medical research and health strategy ethics and all other fields of both of Australia and overseas people. And they were trying to have a summit, but because of the lockdown, that just didn't happen, and they're just not getting enough attention. Well, I'm voting, I think, here in South Australia, like there's groups around other countries. Excuse me, very tired. It's like, I just wanted to get this out there. I know it's a bit rough, but I knew it was going to take long and I've got shit to do. So anyways, that's that. And then this is just another thing. So the national anxiety crisis worsens. Australians are reporting depression, anxiety and stress at higher rates than the same time last year, with 4 in 5 experiencing poor mental health, and children and young people are the most seriously affected as the pandemic uncertainty and lockdowns continue to take control. The pandemic was a major trigger, with 43% of people aged 18 to 24 reporting a decline in mental health. At 41% of parents seen a negative impact in their children. The latest Smiling Mind State of Mind report found across all age groups, 34% of those surveyed said their mental health had declined in the pandemic, while 35% were struggling with the impacts of COVID-19 on their mental health. The survey of 200 demographically balanced respondents showed some of the 45% of those surveyed reported feeling depressed, up from 33% last year. The report 57% reported feeling anxious, up 48% more, 62% feeling stressed, up from 47%, and 78% of total respondents reporting these symptoms. Smiling Mind chief executive and clinical psychologist Addie Wharton said the worrying rise in poor mental health, including high rates of mental anxious, with 53% of Australians experience higher levels of psychological distress, had even begun before the pandemic, and it has just accelerated been accelerated this fucking pandemic. It's a really high figure and much higher than what we expected, and is a much increase from last year. So that's for 21. And in those different domains, stress, anxiety and depression, this is a significant jump from 2020 to 21. Said isolation from friends, home learning, uncertainty had taken a particular toll on children, in which poor mental health often went undetected or untreated, with 36% of parents reporting they didn't feel equipped to address these issues in children. The impact of this pandemic experienced by young children is often underestimated. We often find it hard to diagnose mental health in young people, and it gets written off as bad behaviour. 100%. It fucking happened to me. And I got diagnosed wrong too. And I 100% get how they feel. And it is hard. If I remember, I'd tell my parents and all that, but yeah, I guess you just don't really know why sometimes. So I guess this is why when I get to my bit, yeah, I can probably explain it a bit more. And bad behaviour. And then, but what did I say before? Bad behaviour is cries for help, because they're trying to fucking explain themselves. And yeah, so you always see why the bad behaviour is going on, because it's a cry for attention. 100%, we've got to remember that. And as that extends from the unusual changes in structure in their routines we have in our lives that gives us control and certainty, and knowing what's in the future impacts on our sense of self and identity, and has a big impact on mental health. And we're seeing more and more impact of learning outcomes. Dr. Rotten, whose organisation focuses on the prevention of mental illness, said services across her sector were reporting much higher rates of presentations seeking for help. When you speak to services, they would echo the real shock of how many people are reaching out and asking for support, and that is a sign that there is an undercurrent of another pandemic, which is a mental health pandemic. Victorians also reported the worst mental health, with 42% from that state reporting struggling with the pandemic. No fucking shit. This is what it's all about, guys. And not once have we heard, or does anyone ever talk about these suicides or nothing? Not once. And you know, this is why it's such a passion of mine, because that is healthy people taking their own lives in the end. And as I showed you what these emotions do, and stress and all these things, too long put onto the body before you even get a fucking virus. Do you understand that this is blood on their fucking hands? Do you understand this? They are creating this, and they're going, oh, fucking a flu, mate. Yeah, no, mate. You are inflicting this fucking environment, which is no longer serving the fucking human environment. Do you understand this? And there's fucking children taking their own fucking life. So, you know, this is fucking absolutely wrong. We give them tax-paying dollars. They're spending, what, $180 billion, did I say in one of those things? $180 billion, mate. I don't know why you need that much, and why they need to keep saying they need more reasons why suicide. You need more fucking research, do you? Hey, mate, I can fucking tell you what the fuck's going on. As I will in a minute. That's just for South Australia. I don't know about the rest of all. Obviously, isolation, we see what that does. So, as we said, Australia's biggest suicide support line has recorded the most calls for help it's ever received in one day, amid concerns about long-term mental health consequences of COVID-19 restrictions. Lifeline counsellors have received 3,438 calls on Monday, more than any other day in their 57 years of their business. Monday was also the day that the cases in New South Wales reached the new high of, where they're at now, of 478, a figure since surpassed COVID-19 was a physical and mental health pandemic. Lifeline Australia Chair John Broden said, while Monday was our busiest day on record, it wasn't a one-off. It's been a difficult year for everyone and in the community. He said, we have seen the demand grow 20% since 2019, and it continues to ramp up. 5 of Lifeline's 10 busiest days on record have occurred just in this month. These are challenging times. It's okay not to be feeling okay. But on August the 5th, 3,420 called the service, and on August 7th, 3,345 dialed the helpline in what was the organised second and third busiest day, respectively. The news came after the Australian revealed 8 Victorian teenage girls died by suicide in the year to July 31, up from 1 in the same period in 2020 and 3 in 2000. The rise prompted youth mental health expert Patrick McGree to describe mental health fallout from the COVID-19 as a shadow pandemic. And after they endured one of the longest and strictest lockdowns in the world in 2020, Victorians faced further tough news on Tuesday that their 6th lockdown would be extended by another 2 weeks, with a 9 to 5 curfew in first. As New South Wales and Victoria and the ACT remain in lockdown, new research indicated mental health fallout may extend beyond lockdowns. And this is by Angelina Snowden, journalist, and she did this on August 2021. So 6 months ago. The suicide line records the highest number of calls in history, and there's the link, you can go to the article. So Victorians found poor mental health did not appear to be linked with the COVID-19 case numbers. Psychological problems did not improve as cases dropped, according to the report. Stability in rates of poor mental health across the time and region stands in stark contrast in variation in the COVID-19 infectious and the COVID-19 hospitalizations and deaths, suggesting that adverse mental health impact during the pandemic may be insensitive to subjective COVID-19 risks. The report reveals of those surveyed, the 1/3 reported they had anxiety and depressive symptoms in September 2020. About 16%, or 196 said they wish they were dead in the past 30 days, and 110 or 10% reported serious suicide in the past month. Study co-author and Turner Institute for Brain and Mental Health Deputy Director Safana Rajana said behavioral and lifestyle changes, sleep disturbance, reduced outdoor time, increased screen time appear to be risk factors for the poor mental health. We concluded there are likely to be direct and indirect effects of COVID, Professor Ramajan said. Sharp increases reported in mental health issues persisted until September at least. Through to February in the USA. The warrants a more sustainable government response to address these mental health problems in the community. As the professor said, the report highlighted the need for improved access to mental health support services. The study at the height of Victoria's long lockdown, at a time when caseloads were relative low, provided us with a unique opportunity to robustly assess the indirect health line effects of the pandemic, such as isolation, lack of certainty about income and work, homeschooling, disrupted routines, and so on. The Victorian 2020 lockdown helped the rest of the world to understand that we may be expected in a situation like this, and therefore that supports need to be put in place. You just got to get on life, that's what I say. So mental illness treatments. Under 50% of Australians with a mental illness will access the mental health service in the given 12-month period. For those who do, outcomes are typically far from satisfactory in spite of vast global effort to understand and treat mental illness, notwithstanding the development of the few treatments that have helped a majority of sufferers in a stable way. The effectiveness of treatment remains inadequate. For example, only 40 to 60% of depressed individuals respond to current chemical or talk therapies, with majority experiencing ongoing symptoms that fail below diagnosis, share follows, and between 50% and 80% relapse when treatment stops. In addition, psychotherapy is often associated with high economic costs, and chemical therapies are usually associated with considerable side effects. Oh yeah, absolutely. And again, big pharma, mate. And Pfizer with one of the psychotics. That's thing I did when I was working at my job. Found about that. In this concept of high prevalence, deliberating cost to human life and society, inadequate treatment outcomes, following decades of global research, new approaches are urgently needed. Psychedelic assisted therapies are poised to usher a new era into the mental health treatment. Absolutely. And yeah, if we are such in, like, this is my thing to them, if we're in a pandemic where people, this flu, but we're in a pandemic where people's lives are fucking dying, and clearly, with my own experience, I've tried it all, the talking, the tablets, and me having I had PSD, and then fucking what I've been through on top of everything, absolutely. What is it to say that we cannot start trialing this stuff, because the rest of the world has people like, you've got Canada, fucking the UK, America, Mexico, some countries in Europe. I'm not sure what New Zealand, I think even New Zealand's now allowed it. And why the fuck did we say no? Why the fuck, huh? Because we don't know. Well, you don't know. We don't know what the outcomes of this, including small lives being taken by this fucking virus. And this is why this is so annoying. But anyways, I'll keep going on. So, psychedelic-assisted psychotherapy. To date, psychedelic-assisted psychotherapy research has shown early but yet strong clinical results, particularly with disorders of depression, anxiety, addiction, and obsession behaviors. Psychedelics and MDMA are incredibly safe compared to other substances. MDMA-assisted psychotherapy, you're not your classical psychedelic, but it's associated with various psychedelic effects and often discussed among the classical psychedelics. As shown a promise for treating the post-PSD, psychedelics and MDMA are incredibly safe compared to other substances. 100%. Now, as I've told you about that and gone to links, this is where my story comes in, and I'll link to I can prove that definitely that about my parties back in the day, and when I get to the bottom, I'll tell you about my life. That it was what saved my life was MDMA and psychedelics. I didn't know anything about it because that's going back from probably 16 years ago, half my life ago. But I've had mental health since I was the age of 13, and many suicide attempts, self-harming, being that young teenager person where people don't understand and just not being diagnosed rightly, bullying, all the things, very bad childhood. So, coming to Strathalbyn, which now it is the Australian capital of suicide, the death cult of the hills, and Strathalbyn. So, I found somewhere on their fucking geographic fucking things, so statistical area 3, Pluto area in Kangaroo Island, South Australia. The numbers of suicide is 37, and that's from data from 2015 to 2019, and I've known that there's been more since then. And then this is Adelaide Hills, so it's Mount Barker and all that too, around fun. That's 41. So, and then it's just, a population of 50,000? About 100,000 people, and in 100,000 people, over 4 years? This is 4 years. This fucking suicide thing's been going on for 10 years, and this is ridiculous. But in that time, because that's all I could find, because I know it's just so hard to just get all the suicides from Strathalbyn, but anyone out there, they should probably, talk to me about it, because I could, But anyways, 41, so 37, 8. That's 78 lives in that time. And that's just the beginning. That's just not even the beginning. Like, I have other ones. That's all I could find on the thing. But this is an article that I found from the year of 2011. And that's when it started. That's when suicides did start. Definitely. So, at least 3 deaths in 4 months. The Strathalbyn of south of Adelaide have left behind grieving and confused relatives and authorities wondering what to do. But this community is not alone. Every day at least 6 Australians are taken by suicide. Public Health Advocacy Group and Suicide Prevention Australia says there is no evidence talking about suicide is a nonsensical way to put people at risk. Absolutely not. A report last year concluded that there continues to be a lack of public awareness about the impact of suicide on Australian communities. Among Strathalbyn's rolling green hills, the James family gathers in a large shed where their son and brother Gavin spent hours on his favourite pastime. For us at the moment, it's just an amazing shrine. His sister Amanda James said somewhere to go and be with Gab. The 44-year-old metal engineer would work lovingly there on restoring vintage petrol pumps. But since he took his life, the shed has fallen silent, and we don't have anyone in the shed. His mother, Dawn James, said, Gavin, the workman he was, is no longer with us, and we're very sad. We have no idea why all this ended, but I guess we never will. the memories contained. Can never make up for the loss felt by his parents, George and Dawn. We ask ourselves why many times, Mr. James said, but there's just no answer. There's a lot of questions, but no answers whatsoever. He had everything going for him. He didn't have any financial woes. He was all okay in that regard. Gavin James was one of the last three Stratfeldmen who took their lives between November and February. AM has all spoken to a family or former Stratfeldman who died in the Adelaide Hills this year. And AM understands a woman died at Meadows near Stratfeldman last September. Not talked about, Amanda James thinks a national advertising campaign should help other people from taking their lives. If you suicide, it's going to affect so many people, she said. And I think it was put into a little commercial at a timely time, so it might just stop someone. They might actually stop and think, hang on, look at the effects, look at who it affects, and look how many it affects. It's everlasting for the people left behind. The grief is unbearably enormous. Janet Janani, a former relative of Victor, said she has battled depression and wants others to speak out. And if they could make something positive out of this and get together as a community or group, I think it could be really something going there. But there's not much, but something going on there and not more of these, she said. Prevention is such a wonderful thing. If we could get the message out to seek treatment, but a local doctor has described the efforts as putting a band-aid on a broken leg. Yep, he's right, that's all it really is. And Rebecca Bryce prepared this report. And this is Dr. Jim Wildham. Our suicide rate looks like about 3 to 4 times than the national rate. Dr. Jim Wildham, a GP in Stratfeldman, a country town in Adelaide's Fleurieu Peninsula, normally known for its antique shops, but it's also becoming known for something else: suicide. Jim Wildham says the town would normally have about 1 suicide a year, but in the past 3 years that has quadrupled. There's also further layer of people who have mental illness, distress, who have also suicide feelings, and those numbers are monitoring up, and the capacity to look after these people was really in jeopardy. The cluster of suicide in Stratfeldman has prompted calls for an open discussion of mental illness from 2011 in the advertising paper. On Wednesday night, 100 people gathered in the town hall for a mental health forum organised by the service providers after reports of more than 10 suicides in the area that year. Gwenda Knights, a Stratfeldman resident and member of the Health Advisory Committee, which helped bring the forum to town, said everyone living in the area was affected by suicide in the past few months. With so many here in the community, since just before Christmas, it has an impact on everyone, Mrs. Knight said. Anything we can do to prevent the heartache that's occurred, we'll do. It's so sad. You strive to look for something positive that can come from that, because the town is struggling. The brave mother of the teenager who recently committed suicide tearfully told the forum she wanted suicide to be the focus of an advertising campaign, just such as your road toll, as I don't want anyone else going through what we had to go through, she said. Living Beyond Suicide Project manager Michael Hawke said that he had been working with these families in the town, and we have been supporting more families in the area than we have ever before. Some of the numbers are staggering, he said. The actual fallout in the community has gone now is huge. There needs to be support and families in that area. And I know the people who did this is one of my ex-boyfriend and some people I went to school with. A group of boys that went to Stratfeldman High School at the same time I was at the high school, and I was not a local. I did not grow up in this area. I just moved at the start of my high school education. The lads grew up in Stratfeldman, and this is where suicide rate is 3 to 4 times higher than the national average, and they have all been touched by mental illness in some way. such as and that's why they did the purpose of the ride, to raise money for Beyond Blue. And I know other people who've done a lot of things, but you know what, has it stopped? And this is where I'm going to be that voice, and this is where I hope people who are still around, and remember the time I lived there, and this is where I would like to share my life story, and could maybe give you some answers to what could be going on there, and maybe in South Australia, and yeah, and also be a benefit to help your hospitality industry, and yeah, this is what we're up to. So anyways, so there you go. And so that's 2011. So I moved to Strathalbyn from 2003 to 2007, and I looked up then, the suicide rates were at just normal. There was nothing out of control, and to be honest, well, yeah, I had mental health issues and I didn't get any help, and maybe, yeah, it's a crazy story, to be honest. But anyways, I guess what I'm trying to say is, so I've got some pictures here of some people from this time. I've got like just a few, one video from YouTube, like, because I've deleted, what happened, I deleted my Facebook, because you'll get back to the link when I came back to Strathalbyn 2 times, and then from 2012 to when I came back in the end of 2016, and then moving and coming back, and now we're in this situation, and poof, and now I'm back in Strath again, and yeah, a lot of people hurt me, and a lot of people have been lost. There's definitely been a drug problem there. You're right, there's absolutely no community, there's absolutely no support, and you actually are kind of looked upon less for having a mental illness. Like, yeah, no one talks about it, but you know what, we need to talk about this, because how the fuck can we ever solve a problem if we can't talk about it? And I know everybody's been affected by it, but you know, this is a person who encountered where people, in the end, in my whole life, I went to take my own life. I did. That's only gone 4 years ago, but you know, I've got a long history of mental health. And yeah, it's pretty sad to know that, you know. But this is for the people who I cared about, and they're not here to suicide, and I miss them every day. And I know what it feels like, and fuck this COVID shit and what they've done. And yeah, this is why I wanted to say, yeah, let's come together, let's have another party, let's show people another way, and what music, and I'll show you all the things. So yeah, so let's go. So I guess we'll go to, oh man, do I have to sign? No, you don't. Sorry, told you this thing would go really long. Well, to just get you to understand, you know, how everything works. Oops. Oh, fuck off, man. So, Here, where is it? Halloween. Oh god. So that's even before we had like these smartphones, isn't it? Anyways, that was one little clip. I'm trying to find the one. Oh, here we go. So this would have 15 years ago, so half my life. These are good times. All the people that I know, that was this, yeah. That is young little me. MDMA, rock and roll people. I think, yeah, we just passed got my ears, so this is just a small party. But yeah, it's before iPhones, and it's not very good quality, but yeah, that's all I had. Bonnie, Josh. Jack Way. Stuart. Alex. David Simcox. Chandler. such a bad person, wasn't he? He got all those fucking unhappy people like, woo, because I'm gonna fuck. What a druggie, mate, what a druggie. Sorry guys, I just wanted to talk about how sick people are these days. Not sure what the screaming is about, but it's something going on there. And then just going to the fucking radio. That's nice. And that is it. And because yeah, as I will show you as I tell you about my story, I deleted my Facebook, and I've only just come back on the last year because I was like, this is a time where I kind of need to talk because there's a lot going on. But yeah, and then there's just, it's like Enchanted fruit that was from Enchanted. Everyone feels. Used to click all the like little events we went to. Her yeah, Fragma, we seen her there. Good Days. Well, that's Cole when we just met. That's me about 19. Dress up party, Halloween. Me and Chandler again. Good Days. People smiling. Even colour smiles. Me and Alicia. Steve and Fidel. Me, Maddie, and Fragma herself on stage. Me and Marcio, that's my friend I met at the end of year 12. And that's when he introduced me to town and went to Earth and kind of made new town friends. And yeah, I was healed from my parties. It just started off as me as one person, and I guess at the same point then I was neglected, left board town, came along, kind of felt not fitted in, and yeah, just one after one it kind of went that way. This is the last party I ever had, really, and then everything changed. It's my 21st, but we used to have parties all the time. I don't have any photos. Maybe I can ask some people from the area if they have more to show you, but yeah. 21st, that's my 21st anyway. That was a cool party. Just, yeah, more people, stuff. Dad set up. Yeah, I used to put a lot of effort into my parties and put money into it and spend it. And I think, yeah, that's just the days of town. Little me. Childhood friend. No longer in my life, most of these people. And yeah. New Year's 2008. Just finished high school, yeah. Life in town. And oh yeah, and just yeah, this is the only other thing too. That was one of my last big parties in Strath before I left. But I came back again. And it's just got Leroy. Happy birthday, Amy, have a great night. to the birthday. And that, yeah. Dad, you're sick. That's that side. Chat lead, chat boy. Team Nixon. Team Nixon's like, work it. Kaz. Chandler. And yeah, that was a cool party too. And I guess once I was 18, that was it. The town lived now longer peace, but you know what? Kind of when I left though, people continued the tradition on for a while. So I guess yeah, that's 2007 now. So I moved there from 2003 to 2007, and yeah, it was actually, when you think about it, we came together at the end, and this is why I now want to tell you. Like, so that's time. And you know what? Out of my life, those memories, and I've bumped into some people from those days, they said that they were some of their best memories too. And I'm like, fuck yeah. They were fucking cool. And I know it's pretty sad, but yeah. My life was, I was born into hell, like, as you'll learn, and they were my best memory, and now here we are, after I fucking got out of that domestic marriage and breakdown, and you'll learn, yeah, there's nothing, we're here now, absolutely nothing. But because we can't even dance, and see, dancing I felt like was my outlet in all my life, because when I went to primary school in Boytown, dancing and music has always been, I think it's been my outlet. So it's actually wrong to say that it causes COVID and would be bad for the immune system, where I actually think it's absolutely beneficial. And all these people, which I just seen on Channel 7 News, and I've been following like the hospitality people and people that I know that are in the entertainment and club scene of Adelaide, fucking really trying, like, yeah. And like, you know, this is what my argument is. It's like, I've seen there's Marlowe, and he's going around to what, Melbourne, Sydney, Perth, Brisbane, and then there's other big festivals happening over in other countries. But if it's the same fucking virus, and they can open up, and I don't even know if they're vaccine or not, but why can't Adelaide? Because it's the same, what? Because I shake my bum, that's the spread. Is that really what it is? But the thing is, that you can go to a strip club, and they get lap dances. So that's more fucking close and intimate, and if anything was going to be that'd be the thing that's going to spread it. But isn't it funny how anything exploiting and paying for sexual things, that's okay, but things that bring people together and freedom and unity and fun, seems like they have a problem with. It really seems. And it seems like they have a reason they want to keep suppressing our fucking mental health. Yeah. And well, guess what? You can't, because that's absolutely fucked up. And just because of my life story, I absolutely know what prolonged mental health and stress and all these hormones absolutely do to your body. But, you know, there is a end to this story. Well, anyway, so 5 psychological benefits of dance. Did you know dancing has many psychological benefits? Have you ever tried all that dance has to offer? This article will explain 5 psychological benefits of dance and give you 5 powerful reasons to move your feet, your mind, and your body to the music. Dancing is a universal language. 2 or more people can connect and communicate with nothing more than the movement of their bodies and their desire to move to the rhythm of the music. Music gives us a chance to meet new people without even having to speak, or to express ourselves without even saying a single word. We now present the psychological benefits of dance for our bodies and minds. Dance is to develop creativity. When we allow our bodies to flow with music, we let our minds work freely. We don't need language. All we need is to feel and express ourselves physically. The doors of spontaneity and creativity open up new paths away. We find new answers to our problems. Our minds travel down new roads. Peter Levitt, director of Dance Psychology Laboratory of University of Hertfordshire, conducted a study which affirmed that dancing helps the brain find new ways of thinking and creates new neurological circuits. Dance as connection. Dancing allows us to connect to our innermost selves, to our soul, you'd say. Through dance, we can express emotions that we may not even be conscious of. It frees us from the weights we carry. It gives us an opportunity to get to know ourselves through a different language. Dance just doesn't allow us to connect with ourselves. However, dancing also has a social aspect and gives us a chance to get to know others. Dance unites people of all ages and gives people from all over a common language. Above all, it brings people with different tastes and personalities together, all united by music and rhythm. Dance improves the state of your self-esteem. Oh, didn't we say these fucking emotions, what they do? When you dance, your mind is free to forget all your problems and focus on movement. Also, dancing releases dopamine and serotonin, chemicals that reduce stress and increase feelings of happiness. Many studies support the hypothesis that dance can elevate pain, such as headaches and backaches, and can also reduce some of the symptoms of depression. Dance allows us to unite our body, mind, and spirit, improving connection and strengthening self-esteem. It also generates more self-confidence and trust in others. By practicing with dance partners, by letting go of inhibitions and letting our creativity rule on the dance floor, we open doors within ourselves and we can love ourselves a little more. Dancing makes your brain age slowly. A study conducted by Joe Verhees 2003 demonstrated that dance favors the neural synapses, slowing the loss of volume in the hippocampus that happens naturally as a part of aging. It helps protect the brain in the long run. The scientists also found in his other studies that it stimulates the central nervous system and brain activity. Now you know much dancing, enjoying music, and freeing your mind can do for you. It protects your brain from the effects of time. Think of dance as an opportunity to be creative and unleash your feet, because music and dance make the heart beat. The benefits of music helps the symptoms of depression. So yeah, as now I'm going to say music. So now I'm going to go into music. So that was the benefits of dance. And dancing is another way of what you'd call meditation, but yeah, meditation, because that is, you've gone out of your brain and you've gone into your body, and this is a skill of self-healing, because as I'll go on later on, that sometimes we've got stuck fucking emotions in us, and they're blockages into our traumas, and yeah, you've got to learn how to release it, and forgiveness and all this, but we'll go into that. So now we'll go into the benefits of music. It's symptoms of depression. In 2017, research concluded that listening to music, particularly classical combined with jazz, had a positive effect on depression symptoms, especially when there were several listening sessions conducted by a board of certified music therapists. Not into jazz or classic, you want to try group percussion session instead? The same research review found that the drum cycles also had above average benefits of people dealing with depression. The music genre matters for depression. The important note, we have found that nostalgic sad tunes can actually increase symptoms of depression, especially if you tend to withdraw socially. Not surprising. Perhaps it's important to know if you want to use music or counteract your blues. The power of music and how it benefits your health. I think music in itself is healing. American musician Billy Joel once said, "It's an explosive expression of humanity. It's something we're all touched by. No matter what culture, where we're from, everyone loves music." Most of us would wholeheartedly agree with this statement and this universal bond with music that has led researchers across the globe to investigate the the therapeutic potential. We can all think of at least one song that we hear. It triggers an emotional response. It might be a song that's occurred with your first dance at your wedding, for example, a song that reminds you of your difficult breakup or a loss of a loved one. We have such a deep connection to music because it's hardwired in our brains and bodies. Barbara Ellis, the Senior Advisor of Policy and Research at the American Music Therapy Association, told Medical News today the elements of music, rhythm, melody are echoed in our physiology, functioning and being. Given the deep connection we have with music, it perhaps unsurprising that the numerous studies have been shown it can benefit our mental health. A 2011 study by researchers from the McGill University in Canada found that listening to music increases the amount of dopamine produced in the brain, a mood-enhancing chemical, making it feasible treatment for depression. And earlier this year, MNT reported a study published in the Lancet Psychiatry suggested listening to hip-hop music, particularly from Kendrick Lamar, may help individuals understand their mental health disorders and talk about it. But increasingly, researchers are finding the health benefits of music go way beyond mental health, and as a result, some health experts are calling music therapy to be more widely incorporated into healthcare settings. In this spotlight, we take a closer look at some of the potential health benefits of music and look at whether, for some conditions, music could be used to improve or even replace current treatment strategies. It's reducing pain and anxiety. Bob Marley once sang, "One good thing about music, when it hits you, you feel no pain." According to some studies, this statement may ring true. So they have done a study that's saying it reduces pain and anxiety. By analysing 72 randomised controlled trials involving more than 77,000 patients who received surgery, researchers found that those who played music after their procedure reported feeling less pain and anxiety to those who didn't listen to the music, and they were less likely to need the pain medication. The effect was even stronger for patients who got to choose the music they listened to. If music was a drug, it would be marketable. Music is non-invasive, safe, cheap intervention, and that should be available to everyone undergoing surgery. This study is one of the many hailing music for effects against pain. In March 2014, researchers from Denmark found music may be beneficial for patients with fibromyalgia, a disorder that causes muscle and joint pain and fatigue. Listening to calm and relaxing self-chosen music reduced pain and increased functionality, mobility sufficiently among the 22 with it, according to the investigators. But why does music appear to ease pain? Well, the exact mechanisms remain unclear. Many researchers believe one reason is because listening to music triggers the release of the opiates in your brain, the body's natural pain relievers. Dr. Daniel Levitin at McGill University, Canada, and colleagues talk about this in their theory in 2003 review, citing research that found people experienced less pleasure from listening to their favourite song when given Natrolone, a drug that blocks opiate signals, suggesting music induces the release of opiates to ease pain. An effective stress reliever. When feeling stressed, you may find listening to your favourite music will make you feel better, and there are numerous studies that support this. A study found last month that infants, so they found that babies remain calmer for longer when they are played music rather than spoken to, even when speech involved baby talk. The study researchers Professor Isabel Pretz of the Center for Research on Brain, Music and Language at the University of Montreal in Canada suggested the repetitive pattern of the music the infants listen to reduced distress, and possibly by promoting entrainment in the ability of the body's internal rhythms to synchronize with the external rhythms and pulses or beats. And research suggests music lowers the levels of the stress hormone, cortisol. Another study conducted in 2013 found that not only did listening to music help reduce pain and anxiety of 4 children, the UK Great Ormond Street Hospital said it helped reduce stress, independent of social factors. According to some researchers, music may help elevate stress by lowering the body's cortisol levels, the hormone released in stress. The review by Dr. Leviton and colleagues, however, suggests that this stress-relieving effect is dependent on what type of music one listens to. With relaxing music found, you're likely to lower your levels. Another mechanism by music may elevate stress is the effect it has on the brain stem. Meditated measures, according to the colleagues, such as a pulse, heart rate, blood pressure, and body temperature. Again, the effect is dependent on the type of music listened to. Stimulating music produces increase in cardiovascular measures, whereas relaxing music produces decreases. They explain the effects are largely mediated by the tempo, so music and musical pauses are associated with a decrease in heart rate, respiration, and blood pressure, and faster music with increases in these parameters. Music's effect on the heart rate and its potential as a stress reliever has led a number of researchers to believe music may also be effective for treating heart conditions. Earlier this year, they reported on a study presented at the British Cardiology Society conference in Manchester, UK, in which researchers from the UK University of Oxford found repeated musical phases may help control heart rate and reduce blood pressure, though they noted more research is needed to required in this area. Music and memory. Certain songs have the ability to remind us of certain periods or events in our lives. So some that make us smile and some would rather forget. With this in mind, researchers are increasingly investigating whether music may aid memory recall. And in 2003, a study published by journal Memory and Cognitive enrolled 60 adults who were learning Hungarian. The adults were randomized to one of the 3 learning tasks: speaking unfamiliar Hungarian phrases, speaking the same phrases in a rhythmic fashion, or singing the phrases. When asked to record the phrases, the researchers found that the participant who sang the phrases had much higher recall accuracy than the other 2 groups. The results suggest that listen and sing learning method can facilitate verbatim memory for spoken foreign language phrases by the authors. Evidence from such studies has led researchers to suggest music may help the memory recall for people with cognitive disorders such as Alzheimer's disease. A study published by the journal Gerontologist last year assessed the effect of music on memory recall in the individuals with early stage dementia. For the research, 89 people with dementia and their caregivers were randomly assigned to either a 10-week singing coaching group and a 10-week music listening coaching group, or usual care. The results revealed that both singing and music listening groups not only had better mood and overall well-being than the usual care group, but they demonstrated a better episodic memory on their cognitive systems. The singing group also showed better working memory than the usual care group. Regular musical leisure activities can have long-term cognitive, emotional, and social benefits in mild to moderate dementia, and therefore should be utilized in dementia care and rehabilitation, the authors had concluded in their research, helping recover brain injury and treat seizures. Increasingly, research is indicating that music can help the aid of recovery from brain injury, such as that from stroke. A 2008 study conducted by researchers from the University of Helsinki in Finland found that stroke patients who listened to music for around 2 hours daily had better verbally, memory, and attention, and a positive mood than those who listened to an audiobook or nothing at all. What is more, studies have shown that music may aid speech recovery following stroke. One study conducted in 2013 by researchers from Korea, for example, found stroke patients who developed communication problems after stroke demonstrated improved language ability following 1 month of neurologic music therapy. Commenting on the possible benefits of music therapy for stroke patients, Barbara Else told MNT. While the neuroscience and research findings around the various music therapy interventions employed to support speech, language, and communication are rapidly growing and evolving in this new exciting area. When combined with our colleagues and working with these patients in related disciplines, we often see good results. Many open questions remain, but the work is very encouraging. It has also been suggested that music may help treat epilepsy, a brain disorder characterized by the occurrence of seizures. A study found that the patients with epilepsy show different responses to music than the brains of those without the condition. Conducted by Christine Carrington of Ohio State University, Wexner Medical Center, and her colleagues, the study found the brains of people with epilepsy showed greater synchronization in response to music. A surprising finding. A person with epilepsy synchronized before a seizure. However, in our study, patients with epilepsy synchronized to the music without having a seizure, they told us. The results could lead to treatment for epileptic persons with epilepsy may use music to relax stress causes seizures to occur. She explained by listening to music, many patients reported they felt relaxed. Music therapy should be utilized more in health care settings. Based on the substantial evidence that music offers many numerous health benefits, many experts are calling for a greater use of music within healthcare centers. Music therapists are poised and ready to access, deliver, and document music therapy treatment, by also to consult with our colleagues, doctors, nurses, physiotherapists, physical occupational therapists, speech language pathologists, and to support the patient as part of the interdisciplinary team and care of the patient. In addition, Else believes that music therapy could be offering alternative treatment for some conditions such as tension, headaches, and a more complicated example I think of, although more rare for a certain person who experience seizure activity associated with music and auditory exposures, often high frequency sounds and rhythmic intensity, she said. Customized music therapy interventions to cope with offending or exposure can support stabilization of the patient's symptoms and may result in a medication reduction or temper, she continued. So yeah, based on the research today, there is certainly enough evidence and fucking my own experience that we have more than just an emotional connection with music. So the next time we put our favourite track on and have a little dance around, to be safe in the knowledge that you are likely to be reaping in some of the health benefits. So yeah. So now we should understand how different emotions and hormones and diet and sound and movements affect our bodies and our mental health and overall well-being for poor health or good health. It's all influenced by these factors. So this is referenced from WHO, the World Health Organization, statistics that every 40 seconds someone in the world takes their own life and almost 1 million people die from taking their own lives. And suicide could be prevented, and it should never happen. And no human should feel hopeless and worthless, that to end the battle of their internal suffering is easier if they just do not breathe another lungful of air again. Right now, most of us fear death and thinking that this COVID-19 virus, which is just more of an aggressive flu strain, but still a flu virus, just a fancier name going around, is going to kill humanity, and that the extremes to which they still cannot contain it. And we the people think it's okay that our governments and the World Health experts are calling a pandemic. I like to argue that one. But they have took away our freedoms, our choice, our basic human rights, and killing everyday lives by putting huge stresses with lockdowns and and sending people broke, people becoming homeless, children being isolated and saying we can't have gatherings, we can't see family, we cannot work, we can't go to concerts, we can't dance, we can't have parties, we must sit down and say no to hugging and kissing, and safe sex is to do it by yourself. And the media, news outlets every night pumping out fear-based psychological warfare on the TV that we are calling everyone out who does not want to vax or wear a mask, and turn it around on us that, oh my God, that we are the considerable risk to putting vulnerable people and old people at lives at risk and killing people. But again, people who commit suicide are not afraid of dying. And you know what? To put yourself through that would not be easy. And let us be honest. Death is not going to be nice. So my point of opinion I'm saying here, and only speaking from my own experience, that no one wants to kill themselves for the fun of it or to be cool. It's something lacking in our environment, or we have lost hope and have been surrounded by traumatic life events and been stumped the development into becoming our full potential. And some of us have lacked low self-esteem, or people who have trust have abused their power and fucked up young innocent souls. For what reason, I'll never know. And it's not human to go and traumatize young children. Okay, so we can go do a quick Google search and see what the leading causes are of death to the human race before we go into panic, thinking if you don't get this vaccine, then eventually we'll all die and we'll never get the virus under control. But if we all just did our own basic research and knowledge on the body and how our own immune system works, and our body remembers the virus and it attacks us, not us, attacks it and our bodies, and it makes its own defense system to attack these viruses and diseases, and eventually we build this thing called herd immunity. And this is just something taken from the government again, like I said. First, these are the leading diseases, and for my age group, you just go down there: suicide, land accidents, accidental poisoning, so drug overdoses, assault, and other ill-defined things. At my age now, suicide, overdosing, car accidents, heart disease, breast cancer, suicide in the fourth, SIDS, encephalua for babies, brain cancer, leukemia, and then heart disease for once you're over 45, lung disease, cancer, suicide, breast cancer, then 60s, lung cancer, cardio disease, heart disease, dementia, Alzheimer's, lung cancer, heart failure. And yeah, again, so do you remember when I just told you up before in that video what some of these hormones and emotions do when they're stored and stuck? Didn't they say they bring it? But then when do you see the positive ones and the release of the positive fucking hormones in our body that fucking produce stress releasing things and cancer fighting agents? You can see what's going on here. And I worked it out, motherfuckers. So, as I can show you, as I've shown you in the graph, suicide is more of a threat to our society than your flu virus. It did not even make it into the top 5 diseases that kill Australian people every year. It was like at number 10 or 11. So what I'm saying, that someone in our government and local communities are clearly not seeing that we have a serious DNA fault and we're not providing a thriving environment for us, especially young teens and to mid-adults. No one hears the cries of the suffering and doing anything to provide a better quality of life for the people, and that our taxpayers' dollars pay for you to do your job correctly. But at the start of this presentation, I told you how diet and our own body's hormones and emotions can affect our body in a positive or negative well-being, and the human given rights of security of a shelter, good clean water, and a natural source of food and air, and our own physical needs, and are accommodated by our emotional well-being needs as well. So you go look at other doctors and scientists and medical experts say about the flu and virus, new strain of COVID-19. It's not even a pandemic because they are counting numbers of infected people carrying the virus. And the actual survival rate is 99.9%. And this whole lockdown and whole world shut down and social distancing and taking away our given freedoms and our enjoyments like music, dancing, because it's unity and soul connection activity, the isolation and harm on a human and one who's already living alone, say we shouldn't hug, touch one another, and to keep parties and gatherings small, the stress and loss of income, security of home, shelter, to some people becoming homeless and living in poverty, and a mental health system that's already so full and broken that if we can't provide the adequate support to our community needs, and we have such a stigma that we still can't have a community meeting to discuss this and how we're going to provide a quality of life so we can have a thriving living environment again. So this lockdown went against the human given rights, and as we've learned, and when we live in our fear-based emotions, and humans are forced away from human connection, belonging to a community, isolation, no security, and forced out of business closures and job loss, and we can't provide the basic physical human needs of shelter, food, water, and air. And then when you add to it the fear, propaganda, the media feed on a daily mass, and all the deaths on a small virus that's going to wipe out the human race, and all the lies and the whirlpools of information making no sense, and it's only the human society who been suffering from producing a fucking chemical weapon, or where did this new fucking flu strain appear from? Let us talk about a real crisis that has been growing on the rise in the last growing years, and no one seems to want to talk about it. And this grey area subject as a society, or as a whole community, and work out what are we missing or not addressing, and how are we going to fix it and limit the risk of this happening again. I personally think that suicide to me is the most concerning illness of death to our human species. It is healthy, living people taking their own physical life. That death is more of worth than having a place of purpose than actually being alive and experience this gift of life. We all get one shot to make it your place in this world, and experiences is what defines your time and moment. Just being here on this planet at this time of being. Well, guess what? You need to hear from a person who's speaking from their own mental illnesses and breakdowns, and I almost joined the other side of living experience, and I wanted to end my suffering and pain and sadness that this world and the experiences I chose to make, and gave my power away and allowed the voices of others to tell me who and what my worth was, and to them I almost let the voices and other people to make me feel that like I was worthless and I was just a burden to the rest of society, and I would just be doing them a world of ease if I was gone. I couldn't be an issue in causing this much pain and effect to people's lives. I thought I was causing annoyance by being in my present state, and worst of all, to believe my son would do better in life if I was out of his life too. And that was the last stab wound to my heart that sent me to the edge of I can't stand another moment here in life. I wasn't doing it from a selfish perception at all. And this is why I just want to tell people that, I think they don't mean to do this. It was I had been surviving a long, hard journey of low and heightened states of living with mental health that would have me feel different moments and levels of my mental state. I had experienced a pretty traumatic family life of violence, and in my childhood, seeing some fucked up things and being a hopeless child and hearing your mum scream for help, and just to witness her head being smashed in on the everyday, on the reoccurrence, and seeing my mum's face in my recurring memories of being black and blue. And every wall eventually was all punched in, and holes in every wall of that house that were covered the standing structure that made the house that was supposed to be my safe place, the family home, the place I wanted to escape and run from on a regular occasion to get away from the chaos that became the daily norm for my upbringing. I've only just become to acceptance that from reliving my past experiences, I had completely forgotten me and all the answers now to why my family treated me the way they did and said those things to me. And so before I go here, guys, so as you go on, this is now the bit that people from Strathalbyn you didn't know about. Okay, and at the end, after my divorce and everything, and the living with my mental health, I had forgotten And I think it's thanks to microdosing with psychedelics again and the MDMA and just reliving and going back to connect these dots. And then, yeah. And just, yeah, my acid thing, yeah, it made sense. And now I got the answers, and now you're about to learn. This was who I was before I came, and whew, what a journey. Okay, so we'll go there. So now to the answers I can tell everyone. My family treated me the way my own mother, I found out, was sleeping with the local rural police officer, and I was young, and I would have been around 3 years old, and now I still remember the day, and my heart breaks. And I still remember the day, even when my heart breaks. I guess I'll always be scarred, and I'll never forget that pain, and I'll never ever forget when they said it. And my mum said she didn't love me, and I was just an ugly Gillette child, and I'm not the daughter she ever dreamed of, and I was neglected. Felt like, not that I wanted to used to think myself joy, and I was neglected, and now I wanted to. And I used to think to myself, why would you have a kid if you didn't love me? Now that my memory is back, and I have one vision of me in that back room, in the spare bedroom, and sitting on that police officer's lap. And I guess my mum must have seen it now, and all my behaviours and my over-sexualised behaviour. And I guess when I look back at it and read and learnt the psychology behaviour of young children, of sexual abuse and molestation, and my mum's reaction, and all the odd things I used to think, I can now give myself the answers to why. Finally, you can give an explanation of why I was me. A 3-year-old child does not know that they have been sexually abused at that age. We do not have a voice to even say anything, and I grew up like I had something wrong with me, and I still remember the creepy and evil energy I felt, and I didn't want to be around him. And he grew my parents by taking me and teaching me to do spelling with the letter words before I started kindy and had to do my letters. And that's all I have memory of. My mum was my only voice. Instead, my family made me the scapegoat for the trauma they didn't want to deal with, and I was the innocent victim, and I was failed on so many levels. I am the one of those children yet again that fails between the cracks and all these so-called protocols and safety mechanisms to protect children. Where is our justice? Where is the consequences for people in power and adults that inflict the abuse and trauma and damage a child from being given all the support and the love and given the adequate skills to grow up and reach their full potential of being human? Instead, we are left to pick up broken pieces and have no answers to why. And we are left in a vulnerable state and in a world that you have to save yourself if you're lucky enough to make it. I was lucky to have the love and support of my grandparents and my dad and his family and friends. And my mum, she made me feel like I was ugly and not good enough. And all I ever wanted was to be loved by you. And my weird behaviours, well, you could have said something. In the early 90s at Boytown, it was like the wild, wild west. My mum left my dad in the mid-90s and then got into a domestic violent relationship and go to parties. And there were parties that go all night. And as Trent and I had to try to sleep in my bedroom like it was in the middle of a nightclub, my bedroom windows would be vibrating from the speakers blasting, I guess, as the domestic violence happened on a regular happening. And back then, police didn't have power to intervene, and my brother and I would have to remove ourselves and go to friends and family houses all the time. Bordertown had a lot of needle users, and it's known back then it used to be the South Australia's capital of junkies. And I had seen kids go without. And by 8 years old, I had learned the survival of life and had become my brother's caretaker. And I remember at age 6, I was walking myself to school and left to babysit all night at the age of 8. But I guess in some ways I can say I loved it because I could do what I want. Sometimes on the weekends, as our parents went to the pub and got fucking off their heads, I had seen all the dark corners of life. And I was a 10-year-old Amy that decided I'm going to save the kids' cries for help because no one is listening and kids are suffering. At age 8, I was going to a local Sunday church group, but I was kicked out. I guess now I say I was too much of a critical thinker and wise for my age, and if I was not sexually wise of knowing, I guess I had already gave the kids in town their local sex education to the kids, and the only thing that, I had to let go of my sexual molestation games and seen a lot of adults fucking around. And our school in Bourtown had, I guess, early education and taught us on drugs and sex education. There was a lot of sexual abuse and abuse happening to kids in that town, and I did call Kids Helpline and the police on daily and tell other adults and kids kids telling me it was the school teacher touching them up, and I saw it with my own eyes too. And when the 11 and 12-year-old girls, your local church group had fucking kid fuckers, and they used drugs, some of these people, and they'd take our money to fund what? To fraud faith, and your local fucking policeman and your sexual predators lurking, and parents neglecting their children and taking drugs. And I was walking around at 2 a.m. at night and roaming the area as I was bringing myself up in this wild west country town. And I guess that was fun and adventurous, and I was living danger, and I was living adventurous in the danger. I was living and taking the law into my own hands because no one else is listening to us. And what does that mean as a society and to the children? And they grow up in a world of chaos, and generational drama continues. When are we going to take these kids to Christ seriously? And I am not that broken little girl, and I'm that broken little girl that knows that feeling of being rejected by a world that says I'm not worthy and no one cares about me. And I didn't ask to be born into hell. And if we can't love our children and love ourselves, well, we all need to wake up and start understanding each other and treat each other with how you would like to be treated. In my time in Bourtown, I had seen it all, from stabbing, from my ear being bitten off, my mum always calling me names, and left to go to school on my own and live in a broken family and have a selfish mum. And the town of Bourtown did try to help us, and eventually it took community uniting, and my own self, 11-year-old Amy now, grew up in the age when the internet just started, and I was in year 5, and I remember having the subject of computing, and the internet became my first best friend. And I know I had resources. I used chat sites myself, and I used myself as a pedo bait. And when I was shopping in the next real town of Narracourt, I went up to the car, and he had the puppy dog trick, and then I'd sell out the pedo, and then 2 weeks later he was caught, and now I was using my voice, and finally someone believed me, and the kids' voices were being heard. This man was a friend of me, his name was Elby, and he came down and he made some calls, and that teacher had resigned. And because one speaks up, now a lot of other stories came out, have been happening for many years, and I was taking animals of dogs from neglected owners and the dog pound, and had my own little farm savoury, and stepping in the middle of my fights of breaking them up from the adults and donating clothes and food to the less fortunate. But my mum and the violence was still going on, and I was getting harassed now by predators, and the violence was affecting my brother, and he was talking to himself, and he'd been bullied, and he had his motorbike gang, they're riding dirt bikes and all that. And Dad in Stratfelden, and my dad lived in Stratfelden, and my mum was attacking me and trying punching me, but I guess I was 13 years old, and I had learnt how to stick up for myself, and she couldn't belt me or mess with me anymore. And accidentally, not knowing the power of the internet back then, this was in Bourtown. I sent a topless photo to the boys in year 9, and for now I only remember this, the double life storyline with Carl and my friend's cousin. And now Carl is the person that was my husband, and this is the thing that's so sad. He knew me when I was young and knew what I went through. And then he did what he did to me. And then the police knew this, and I don't know what the fuck happened. But anyways, we'll continue. I was only 12 years old, and they were 21, 22, and my mum sent me into that car and said my friends were here. And I was thinking, I don't have friends with cars, and took me for a drive, and they both tried to force themselves onto me. But lucky enough, Carl actually said, I don't think she's liking this too much, and dropped me back home. And I was like, what the fuck? It was like my first year of high school, and I felt like if I didn't remove myself from that home living situation, I was going to be raped in my own family home. And once I had no front window left in that bedroom, it was time to go. And having porn star written over your locker, and I never tell the kids about my family life. And once that big incident of the police force coming and stabbing and almost seeing Tex having his head smashed in, and I was the one who had to stop, like said stop, and all the blood, and seen all another person's ear ripped off, and the detectives telling my dad that the kid shouldn't be living there, as an incident report was made of my mum's boyfriend at the time fucking a pig and my mum watching, and the piggery owner chasing them out, only to be taken to heroin users' houses as a safe place when these domestic violence incidents kept on occurring, and the school blue light discos. And the last one in the school I attended, and having this new fucking police officer come in, and he tried to pick me up and ask me if he'd take me for a ride home, and I'm just like, what the fuck? He was like a younger and good looking one, but I heard later he was sleeping with the high school girls and providing drugs, and I know he was a cool one, but still though, you're an officer, you're meant to be so protecting and you know better. But anyway, I had left Boardtown. I had left living in Boardtown of these stories later happening, and after I left I was informed by people who still was living there at the time, and I kept in contact with sometimes. And sometimes I'd lay at the church out in Boardtown when I'd get away from the violence, and I'd cry to God and ask him, why do you hate me? And why my mum said fuck off and she hated me and she never wanted to see me again. And I now left the wild, wild west and the wild country parties, and see the father of my child, Carl. Well, he worked at the meatworks with my mum, and she was the supervisor, and his uncle was married to my dad's cousin, and he used to go to the parties with my mum's house where he would bash Tex, and she'd play that repetitive victim of the abuse cycle, or is it the cycle of toxic negative attention, and he'd sleep with my mum, but in the end, who didn't sleep with my mum? And at the same time, the cycle continued and went on in Boardtown, and I said goodbye to all my friends there, and Trent and I now were at my dad's living in Strathalbyn, and Trent was doing a lot better now and fitting in at school, and what can I say, Strathalbyn, what an interesting place and school. And I've never experienced such bullying, and on my first day of school there was told, we don't like you, and some of the kids wanted to bash me. I was like, okay, and I was like, hi, nice to meet you too. And I already knew some older kids from visiting Strath on the weekends and holidays when I was living in Boardtown growing up. Then I guess when all my trauma of my childhood kicked in, and having no friends at first and a new place, and my mum saying fuck off and she never wanted to see me again, and then having my dad not understanding how I was living my life before, and I had no rules, and now having a teenager girl to deal with, and I was angry and misunderstood and felt alone, and I started dating my first love and boyfriend. I hated the school and the subjects were boring, and I was skipping school lots. I went from the good community volunteer, having good grades, and student who had good behaviour and respected. And then I soon became the rebel, and I'll do what I want and no one tells me the rules. My behaviour was cries for help again. No one would hear me, and now the police were out to punish me and intimidate me, and I found it amusing in year 9. And then you all poked the bear, and now this bear had roared, do not fuck with me. School teachers, kids, parents, police. Well, if you knew my past, where was the help and support I needed? Because all the negative behaviour is a child's needs are not being met, and that was my cries for attention. In Boardtown, we had a lot of creative subjects in dance and singing and sports and music. It had always been my therapy, and writing and being able to journal and read. My creative expression had always been my therapy, and writing and had always been my outlet for my emotion. I was drinking and smoking weed because of pain I felt and was self-harming when my mum decides to all of a sudden she wanted to be a mum again and start fresh, and Tex now in jail, and that didn't take long for Tex and mum to about shake up Strathalbyn, and I was never going to be able to fit in and be normal now. My dad's friend from growing up in Boardtown, the wild, wild west cowboys, are now settled into quiet, sleepy town of Strathalbyn. I guess some of the kids I went to school with were now going to see the chaos that me and my brother had just escaped from escape. Now a part of this town, except this time the police and the school and the social service were not of service, and said myself were not of service, and said myself harm, rebellious behaviour, and really that behaviour is the body's response to the fight or flight mode when left in a state of survival response. That becomes a habit because really what attention-seeking behaviour is, the cries of help, and somewhere my needs were not met. And in this society, we give more attention and reaction to negative behaviour, and I was made to feel like I was a bad person for only my natural response to the screams and act out for help, and I didn't even understand myself and why I had these outrageous and sometimes unpredictable behaviours. And the policeman said, people like me, we run you out of town. Well, I was here to stay, and well, some will say my behaviour was destructive choices, and the police and the school, which obviously knew I had to be from some dysfunctional family and being tormented and made out like it was a cool thing that my ex-partner cheated on me and my mum was not cool, and I would have swapped any day for a loving mother who loved me and cared for you. And I did not, and would care for you, and I did not think I was any better than anyone else. Some troublemakers, they will not say names, but they all know who they are, and making up false allegations, and the police, well, you failed me, and this so-called family, I come to live next door and go to school with one of the children from this house. I only knew this because I was wondering why the police was out her house regularly, and her daughter instantly told me because it was a crooked law enforcement officer working with the junkie whore informers to dob on all the other weed dealers and bust them and go halves in the bus so the crack cops can profit and be the local fucking town drug suppliers and getting a nice extra pay bonus and wasting your time on me like I was the biggest criminal going around. I was sexually exploited accidentally by being two teens in love. This is mean shame and doing a healthy behaviour of experimenting with sex in a consenting relationship, and that we left a camera in the back of a friend's car, and this time, and then there was a time I had my first an underage sex tape with me in it, and I was not aware that this was ever being made, and I was told from another school friend that they had seen, and they was talking about this on the weekend adventures that had just occurred, and I didn't think anyone was going to know about that, or they'd known seen it. I was just recently told another thing that I totally forgot about, and this is only reconnecting with someone from 16 years ago, like only because I'm back in Strath recently, that I was date raped and fucked by a certain person and then was threatened by certain older people that I'm lying, and I'm just do not want to admit it. I only knew this because of someone telling me it was in detail, and she was so traumatised, and I remember being told don't say anything when I got dropped off, and my ass did hurt, and I thought I had got drunk and I fall over. I had already suffered and experienced a lot of traumatic experiences in my life, and all this I have told you so far, this is only just the beginning of the age of 15. I had already had many self-harming attempts and spoke to Kids Helpline, and I did also reach out to school counsellor, and I just knew I was just very sad and depressed and didn't understand these intense emotions and why sometimes I thought about suicide, and I just didn't feel loved or worthy enough, and I was just more of a burden for being me, and I was just always causing everyone else to be affected of me just being me and not normal, so I could never do anything right, and all my behaviour was just cries for attention and for love and acceptance of just being me. I will admit some of the behaviours of anyone who suffers a major traumatic events, and the first reaction from the ego is the selfish reaction to defend dealing with depression and thinking, if I have to suffer, then I'm going to make those who inflict and cause me of harm or teasing, I'm going to make you feel the pain I have to deal with pretty much my whole life. And yes, when drinking and invoked, I did have anger issues, and I was very aggressive and had violent behaviours of concern, and at some stages being re-evoked. Hey, we're only human, and eventually we all have to explode and get out those negative emotions. But I will tell you, and still today, get those emotions out, but I will tell you still today some of those best memories and feelings of joy and happiness, and I think, you know what, it saved me and it healed me without not even knowing they would. I remember having my first MDMA pill, and someone like me who had experienced PTSD and major traumatic childhood experiences, and feeling that first time of what love felt like inside your body. It's like a hug from your body and it's inside yourself. And all of a sudden, all that anger and holding onto those grudges, I could feel myself let it all go, and all the past trauma and forgiving those who hurt me or betrayed me to go, and I finally felt my own self-acceptance and being comfortable to being me again. And then later discovering psychedelics and the power of magic mushrooms and discovering of music and the enchanted forest raves and having local community to all unite, and eventually all for the love of the weekend rave and the pill bender was now all a society class of kids taking pills by their own choice, and I had left and moved on. And Strathalbyn was feeling healed, and we started new beginnings in a town and new groups of people, and I went on to finish my safe studies, and I got my first job because I moved out of home at a very young age of 18, and you know what? That was just the fucking beginning. You wouldn't fucking believe that now I have a double life trauma was about to hit me again. And the fucking police and my family protection and the mental health system, and to my loyal haters of Strathalbyn and my own fucking family, and to have all my childhood upbringing and my mental health record and my sexual exposure and my honesty on using drugs and somehow used by social service to be labelled a person in instability and a druggie. Sorry. And fucks you party too much and is a slut, whore, ugly, yeah, you name it. One person could possibly go through, and the fucking police, I'm not going to say all are bullies, and inflicting more traumatic bully tactics on us, the vulnerable, the forgotten children who didn't ask to grow up in a traumatic family home and have a system that doesn't protect the children, or even have a mental health system that actually teaches us anything about our emotions, and a system that actually promotes, oh, here, take a pill and suppress and numb yourself from feeling what's making you feel those emotions. And when left unhealed for so long as periods of time, then it creates a mental illness where fucking guess what? Someone has to do it, and fucking always police and the absolute slander by some people and the false allegations made against me and my suicide attempts and being in and out of mental ward against my own wishes. It's been a fucking living hell to get where I am today. But yeah, I walked out of an abusive, violent relationship and was told by the police if I really was experiencing living in a toxic, abusive relationship I was in, I was going to go live in my car because it would be better than staying. Otherwise, I was just apparently talking shit. And sometimes, you know what, I have to stop and go no further how I was treated by the police, because it makes me relive past trauma and those past emotions I had to deal with in those dark times. And, you know, they're no longer a part of my future. And those dark times are in the past, and where they should say if you say you admitted and used drugs and alcohol and you have a history of mental illness, and then you're made to feel isolated from society and unfit to be a parent because you could harm your baby, and the same thing if you're honest to your employer, you're a liability, and the police even make you feel like, oh, God, those ice users. And our current mental health system and automatic connection is that drugs and alcohol are mostly the cause of your mental health. And if you go to the drugs and alcohol, then what? That automatically means my life is better now? Well, yes, to some degree, yeah, you are, because you're thinking in a clear and sober state of mind. But don't you have to question why some people get an addiction to substance abuse? And do you really think we wanted to be a junkie and we craved to get another hit? It's because we are using it as a method of self-medication, a tool. At first it was working and making us feel whole again. That was lacking inside us. For most cases, it's normally linked to childhood trauma, and that is linked to addiction. And if you ever heard that anything worse could happen and feel like the world was out to get me, and like I had a V on my head for vendetta was written on my head, yeah, you could say that I had some fucking past life karmic debt. So I fucking survived sexual molestation, family violence, neglected, and scapegoat by my own family, denied loved, told was ugly and unlovable by my fucking family, my mother, seen all areas of public service, used and abused children, kicked out of a pedo cult club and teased and bullied at school, sexually abused as a young child and a teenage girl, being homeless, have a person I married that was supposed to love, cheat and lie, sleep with my own mother, and even back in the Boy Town days. And he was all aware of my past fucking childhood, my family violence, and my family services to remove our child, domestic violence, arrested for when I was the victim, asking false allegations, have a society and the police against me as a villain, and judged and made to feel isolated and an unstable person to participate inside because of the life I didn't choose to have. And I was failed by a system in a place that's meant to have and stop all these things happening to children like me. I have seen power abused and corruption at all levels of our organisation, government bodies since the day I was really born into this world. So I could be standing here in this moment to prove everyone wrong and be a voice for those who didn't have a voice, and to be and have the public, social media, fake news, character of dissemination on a public eye to be viewed and seen and tell me of the past 10 years that this is my story and my truth of who I am. And I'll finally stand proud to speak my truth and be an advocate for mental illness and with finding self-love and saving myself. When you are left abandoned by society and have the police and society define me because of my mental health and drug use, and I was told I was weak and I was making up excuses and told or made to feel you're unfit to participate in society and be a mum, well, middle fingers up. And let me educate you that I have finally healed and remembered who I am. I can explain all the reasons for my odd and explosive, erotic behaviours, and just because someone documented some past behaviours and actions for the past 3 years before I even looked at separation and their past childhood and mental status, and I was open about drug use and whatever I did. To some of you that wanted to go against my character and destroy me because of someone else's false allegations and manipulation of truth, I'll never understand why you wish someone so much pain and suffering, and on no grounds of sympathy or reasoning to why this other person was suffering mental illness and the use of drug and alcohol and the crazy, erratic, impulsive behaviour. That was only in my personality traits because of self-defense and the cries for help. Not one single remorse of empathy to stop and think about the other side of the story. Shame on you and those who don't understand childhood trauma and mental illness and judge those on their behaviours and treat victims as criminals, and a society that treats those with mental illness or drug addiction like we are a burden to society and made to feel it's our fault and you're a weak person. And if you're struggling with your own mental state, that yet no one tells us why we have these emotions and what they mean and how to fix yourself and heal. And mental illness is 9% man-made, created. We as me have created this mental asylum that everyone is so desperately trying to escape this hellish reality that we all live a nightmare called life. And that's what we have to say. But I think why this happened to me because we exposed that first cop, and then I had an opportunity that I believe in my head that 10 years ago I should have done something. And fucking hell, it doesn't matter. It's all true, and I don't want to talk about it. It's not about getting them because I'm here. But yeah, so I was saying there is people that are on higher, and they're not people that you can trust. And later on, when I tell you what's going on in Strath, that's why. You've got police working with so-called families, and they work together. And it's the police, they're funding the fucking ICE epidemic, and then they go around with the victims and the people with addiction and then fucking tormenting them and making them criminals. There's absolutely no support for them. There's absolutely no empathy for this behaviour, and they're fucking making money out of it, and they're fucking, and then it's sick. And this is all I've got up to. There's so many things, but obviously go to My Medicine Australia. There's so many videos on there. Where else can I go? Because this goes forever. Becoming Supernatural. Go look at Greg Varden, Dr. Joe Diazepine, and this will talk to you about meditation, how we're like beings, and that what your mind is and what your emotion is, you become. So, yeah, your mind is more powerful. So if you think negative thoughts, you create negative things, and you can create your own sickness. And for me, right now, like I've just told you, and there's things that I have to go back on, other things to go collect, but I can show you that some of these people that you've seen in those photos, some of these people aren't here because of suicide. Some of them people aren't my friends anymore because of what a partner did to me, and people believed, mainly women. And here I am back in Strathalbyn, and you know what? I don't know. There's a problem there. There's nothing there. I've got nothing to hide. Yes, there's a drug problem there. And I just wanted to say those times when I was there, my parties back in those days, there was no suicide then. It was healing, and I was healed. And every person played along. You played along with my suffering, and you had no fucking idea who I was and knew what Boardtown. Like, I never told anyone about Boardtown. And those people got away with their behaviours, and I asked for help. I wanted to get out. Like, I forgive Carl, even though he's never going to say sorry, and I'll never understand why he did that. But you know what? I'll read you some of my journals, just so you know what it felt like. This is my documentation. So this is the year of 2016. This is the year of change, and it probably has to be one of the worst times of my life, but also at the same time, one of the best times of my life. Also, overall, not a bad year, but not the greatest years either. At the start of 2016, I went through hell, and I hit some of the lowest points a person could and still be here today to tell their survival story. I was losing myself as a person and everything around me. I had no grip or worth on my reality. I was spinning out of control, and I couldn't even rely on myself for help. It was a very scary point to be at when you don't have yourself to help you. You feel like you have no one to help, and you are totally lost and losing touch with your own reality. You don't know anymore what's real and what's not real. You feel crazy. At this stage, you start to feel worthless. As a person, you believe everyone thinks what the toxic person in your life is telling you, and it is how the world sees you. I remember slowly looking at myself in the mirror and thinking, I don't know this person anymore. I'm better off being invincible. I'm not wanted or loved. There's no purpose for me on this planet. Even thought my own son would be better off if I was gone. And I'm not going to live this life anymore. The thoughts of suicide and death was the only thing at one stage that brought me warmth and happiness into my life. Sleeping away was a happy place. And at one stage though, the basic things to do in my life were an everyday struggle. I had zero motivation and energy, and no matter how much I slept or didn't sleep, I turned to drugs and alcohol to numb my pain and to forget how I hated my own life and the pace I was. I drank and took drugs to avoid talking about my issues and problems in my life. When I was under the influence, the issues and problems didn't exist to me. I was daily looking to escape my reality, and I didn't want to live where I was at in life. When I finally woke up from the nightmare and knew something had to be changed if I was going to live another day, when I realized change could only happen if I started making changes, and that these changes could only happen if I started making the change. When I finally realized I could only happen when I was ready to make change. It was always started with me, and I always had control how to make my life the way I wanted to live it. The best things I learned in 2016 is that someone always cares about you, and if your self-worth we all deserve self-worthiness, and no one has the right to take that away from you, and it's yours, and it always has been. Sometimes all you need is yourself to fight for yourself. If you can't stand up alone and fight for yourself when you are forever lost. I learned how strong I could be, only having myself backing me. This moment was the starting point, a life back together for myself. Being scared is okay. Sometimes we have to jump off the edge and take a risk to grow more as a human. The fears you conquer, the stronger and the braver you become. As a person, sometimes jumping is better off than staying at the edge, thinking what if or this could happen, and that's anxiety, isn't it? Just do it and learn from that leap, and you just took life. And you just took life as a never ending, and then you just look at life as a never learning ending experience. And then I'll never dance the tango. The day I finally left the devil at the hallway of the entry gates to hell was the day I owned my soul again. I never seen a place full of so much life. It was paradise, and that I could call my life a place on heaven. I kissed the devil goodbye. His kiss was full of so much poison. That last kiss was the last time I'd be trapped inside his world of pain and hurt. I was free, and I had felt my wings finally grow, and I was ready to open my wings and fly again. I was finally alive, and I was ready to live a beautiful life for the rest of my life here. I could finally be me again, and I was back and glowing like a ball of light. It was the most beautiful sight to see. I remember that glow. It was so bright. It could light the whole sky, and just as powerful as the sun, and just as rare beauty of the shine, like the moon on a calm, dark sky. I finally found a way to light up my own world again. I found my key to my happiness. I danced with the devil, and I got into a tango, but I found my own 2 feet, and I dust off and got up again, and I left you at the ballroom. I could dance on my own again, and my strength made your power burn weaker. You only felt powerful when you caught my soul. That followed your lead, and the tango with you. I will never dance the tango again, and will stand alone on the dance floor. I only dance alone, and always be the leader of my own dance of life. And oh God. But anyways, that's when I first got away. But you know what? It didn't. And guess what happened? So then I went, after that, it was too hard. It kept coming, people coming at me all the time. I came back to Strath. The same thing was happening. This family was doing it again. And also my ex, the whole time, like, it took me this long to finally end it all. And when I left the hills and went to Adelaide to run away because I just couldn't handle this, like, when I was in the homeless shelter, like, every allegation you could believe, they kept coming at me. And I had nothing to do with this. I feel really been traumatized from these people, and I should have fucking made accountable. And because I've been a nice person and let these people all get away with it, I'm now at this situation where I've lost my job. I don't really have a family. I have to cut these people out again because it was never going to stop. And that's when I realised my mum never fucking cared anyway. And this, like, you know, people don't do that to people they care about. And that, you know, because I never knew what love was. And, you know, I was seeking everywhere, and all my behaviours and traumatised or people-pleasing skills. And, like, yeah, not until I fucking did a lot of research, because the last 5 years I moved to Adelaide and I had a car accident. I tried to kill myself, broke my neck, was like, I don't know, had 4 months before I could even return back to normal life. When I finished my course, became a disability support worker, got my own house, paid all my bills, paid off all the fucking things to our divorce. Fucking had to work crazy amount of hours. And fucking, yeah, same shit repeating, Strath, fucking same family, same bullshit, wondering why all these fucking people will go in jail, these drug dealers, and the same fucking things happening, and they're profiting. That's what's going on right now. I don't really know who these people are, but I can tell you exactly that's what's happening. And I've made some friends in the western suburbs, and I can tell you exactly that, yeah, some of this shit's happening out there too. And, like, you know, these people are on ice, and it's because they're running away from mental health, and it's the worst drug anyone could use, because when you get hooked, it's very addictive. And when you have dopamine depletion, and, like, as when you're dopamine, that's the thing that makes you get out of bed, and yeah, that then I can show you what these drugs and, like, MDMA, and then yeah, and then there's so much, where do we go? And I'm so tired because I've been awake for ages. And, like, you know, but I knew this presentation was going to take ages, and it's not even finished because, you know, I'm a single person, and now I have the stress of my son's about to turn 8 years old, as obviously that's when your parenting thing finishes, and yeah, then I've been told I have to apply for job seeker. And I can't get any appointments, so I'm going to have absolutely no money. And I've been through hell, guys. And that's what, you know, this is the fucked thing. And this is why I just need to we all need to come together as a community and, yeah, start looking into these things. And Strathmelbourne, we should come together because we have an opportunity to fucking, yeah, change that place. And I have been unfinished business, and you got your answers, there's your answers. I don't care about the police, I don't care about pedos, whatever. I'm at a point, I don't care if I wanted to die, but I'm here, and I've got nothing left, and I can't build up. It's bullshit. Okay, so, fucking yeah, just think about that. But you know what? I know how to heal though, but I just now got no money and nothing. That's the thing that's just stressed me out. And well, you know, I've got like some family, but you know, so I'm not homeless, but still, I don't have a job, I don't have any money. Fucking, we didn't sue these police when we should have 10 years ago. Like, that's what he said, you sure you could be the voice, and I felt guilty for that. And without money, you can't fucking do anything. Like, I can't start projects, can't do anything. So, yeah, but Monument Australia and the TGA, no, they still said they won't allow it. So they've got a problem with this, and it's fucking wrong. They should be doing it because all the other countries are, mate, and we're fucking now look at this pandemic, and we need to start talking about this mental health and everything else. And I've seen on the news, like, fucking, it makes me so angry, and I'm feeling these police, like, all they've done is find people. Right, people on drugs, people on this, mate, because they're fucking suffering. They've got no jobs, there's no money, and you're finding them, and what are you doing? You're just getting greedy and fucking, oh. So, see you later, mate. And when I left Mount Barker, 2018? Yeah, you know what? They tried to fucking charge me after he knew it was suicide. He knew that my car accident was declared suicide. You look at my history, had psychiatrists before that when I've been in and out of this mental thing, but I finally have understood how to let go of this therapy, and that's what it is, guys. It's getting out of your head and not becoming the emotion and listening to your heart center, because we are mind, body, and spirit. And we are spiritual, and you have to start believing in magic, guys, because we are. Now, I've got that journal. These are some books, like, because it'll be forever. But anyways, this girl, she talks about women and becoming your own goddess and standing, like, we've got women, we've got to love ourselves again. That's another thing that they've done here in South Australia, like, fucking, no offense, but everyone's fucking around. You've got whores. It's disgusting. You got, yeah, that. And then this guy, Mentalk, the multiple orgasmic, the sexual, like, about sexual energy and healing and the health of all these things. So about the energy and how, yeah, it was, yeah, and it would absolutely benefit our health in many ways. And obviously, go look at these guys. Oh, fucking, this is the book I've read. This is how I healed myself, and for the last 5 years, I've been on my own, man, and I mean on my own, and doing it all in the impossible. Being a single mum, working the whole lot, and learning, and lost everything from that, and hadn't spoken to anyone, and in and out of mental health. The police had left me alone, but I guess I've been hiding and been living in fear because, I don't know, I'm just scared that, yeah, it's going to be on again. But, so, MDMA, that was the drug that we had at my parties. That's the drug. But then the drugs I used, I was on those drugs. I never got on ice. And when I finally came out of my mental asylum, and after, you know, Straff, and here I was finally free, the world, I just didn't understand this place anymore. It was different. And now I had finally worked out, maybe what had happened here. So, and then, go look at My Meds Australia, go look at, these things, and, like, be open-minded, guys, and doctors and psychiatrists, you should be starting to learn this stuff too. And, we'll just quickly watch that.
MDMA, better known as ecstasy, Molly, or one of a number of other street names, is a stimulant drug that is chemically related to amphetamine. Like other stimulants, MDMA causes increased alertness and a positive mood. But MDMA's effects are also distinct from the effects of other stimulants, as the drug causes unique prosocial effects, such as strong feelings of trust, openness, and closeness with others. Although we don't have a full understanding of the effects of MDMA on the brain, MDMA's mechanism is similar in many ways to the mechanism of other amphetamines. MDMA inhibits the function of proteins called transporter proteins, which typically remove neurotransmitters like serotonin, dopamine, and norepinephrine from the space between neurons known as the synaptic cleft. By inhibiting transporter proteins, MDMA causes serotonin, dopamine, and norepinephrine to accumulate in the synaptic cleft, increasing neurotransmitter activity there. In contrast to other amphetamines, MDMA inhibits the serotonin transporter more potently than the dopamine or norepinephrine transporter. MDMA also uses transporter proteins to enter neurons. Once inside, MDMA disrupts the storage of neurotransmitters in synaptic vesicles, causing the buildup of serotonin, dopamine, and norepinephrine inside neurons. Then, MDMA facilitates the release of these neurotransmitters into the synaptic cleft, leading to increased neurotransmitter levels and activity. In addition to these mechanisms, MDMA also binds to a number of receptors directly, including specific subtypes of the serotonin receptor. These interactions may contribute to the effects of MDMA. It's not clear what mechanism accounts for the unique prosocial effects of MDMA. A number of studies have found that MDMA promotes the release of the hormone oxytocin, which itself has been linked to prosocial effects. At the same time, most studies have failed to find a link between increasing oxytocin levels and the prosocial effects of MDMA, leaving these effects still unexplained.
So MDMA is better known as ecstasy, molly, or one of the one things. And as I showed you before at the start about the body's natural fucking hormones that we make in our body ourselves, and what I said about oxytocin, and why oxytocin is amazing, because people with PSD, mate, it fucking makes you open, feeling of trust and openness again. So again, it means like, so when you're talking to your therapist, because you got that trust, because when you got PSD, mate, you've been through so many traumatic experiences in your life, your body puts these red flags, I guess, that your ego puts in there, because you're in survival mode. So your body's just doing this to protect you, because you're living in a world where you were lacking that love. So your body's like just trying to remind you, hey, that person did that. Remember when that happened? Don't allow that to happen, because it's trying to just protect you. But MDMA shows you that, it gives you that feeling of love. And when you feel love, love, it changes, doesn't it? Because life's like, wow. And then, like, you know, it kind of teaches you how to kind of let go, because you're not living in fear now. Kind of, yeah, let go of fear. And oxytocin and, you know, dopamine, serotonin, nephrogen, what did they, they fulfill these things. And if we are taking these things, we're just taking these things because, well, obviously, yeah, I could see a lot of those things when they said you're lacking. Yeah, guess what? I was lacking a lot of those things. So I took this drug because it fulfilled those fucking hormones that I was lacking, and I went through all that thing as myself. So all I was doing was healing myself. And in those days, no one died. I was very responsible. I always researched my drugs before I took it, and I actually wanted to take MDMA, and I was like, come on, just give it to me, please. And yeah, I loved it, and the music, and put it all together, mate. And like, yeah, oxytocin's love hormone, mate. Oxytocin's linked to sexual health. Oxytocin's linked to multiple orgasmic women. You know, that's what I mean. And then you look at what ice does. Ice is just a huge increase of dopamine. But because it's not really a drug, it's just, it's a energy thing. Like, I don't know, it's hard to explain. Well, that's the way I look at it. So some of these people who are younger than me and weren't really around the rave scene, that's all they know. And when you get addicted to that, and then when you, like I said, when you get dopamine depletion, and you get dopamine releases from like social apps, when people like click things, porn, that's another fucking thing, and all these things, and you're addicted to the dopamine release because it's your pleasure thing, and you're getting pleasure from nothing else. And like when 4 years ago, and that's when I got the shit, because after going to Strath and everyone was on the gear, and that's really when I got on it. I never actually really have been, I never used that drug. I never did really do anything for me. I wanted to be on this stuff, and I just couldn't find, and it wasn't around, and no one knew what I was talking about. And some of the people, I gave them their first experience for this, and I was like, wow. But I could see the healing, and it was working. I was like, wow, this drug has to get away, because I'm just like, someone's got to get rid of this ice shit, right? Because it's killing people, it's hurting families, it's destroying things, and it's just killed us. And unfortunately, to know that, I think, the police are actually the ones doing this. I don't actually really know, but because, well, I know that, that family's still getting away with what they're doing, so it kind of makes sense to me that's what's going on then. And that's pretty disgusting to know that if that is true, and that all these fucking lives that have been lost. And then again, since I moved to Strath, there's all the music, like the jukeboxes are being removed, the fucking pool tables are being removed, there's fucking nothing there, there's no community, there's no one talking, there's nothing there. And I don't even know what the mental health system's like there. I haven't even used it there, but I know the mental health system's hard. I know people who said that to get rehab or fucking addiction, like, it's hard. They treat you like shit. I know all they do is they've destroyed everyone. They've like busted people. They've lost their license for drug driving. It's destroyed their chances of getting good jobs. It keeps them at the bottom of the cycle, and then they go in and out of jail. And then it's got crack whores, and again the children, they're the ones who fucking are getting affected by this. And like the mums, I don't know, I'm not having a go at you, but yeah. And they are fucking feeding off fucking weakness and using it as a power thing, like, yeah, using it as a thing as their manipulation to get power. And, you know, then I think, yeah, well then there's stories that, I can show you links, this is how big, that, yeah, that Adelaide's supposed to be known as a fucking, yeah, pedo capital and child porn thing in the world, and I don't know, I don't have evidence, but I've just heard things here and there that, yeah, that's going on. And I know because, yeah, all my life I've gone chasing pedos and wanted to understand them, because my whole life, I guess, now, you know, I only came to accept what I was molested at that age, and I guess I never wanted to do that because it means everything happened to me. Everything that anybody could go through, it happened to me. And and it makes sense, like the police, my whole life. I asked for help and they fucking just hate me. That's what I felt. And like, even when I was going from Carwin, I was doing the right thing because I was going to lose my son, and I knew that it wasn't right. I wasn't going to repeat what I went through as a child. And, you know, I didn't get any fucking thing. I had to run away. I had to do it all myself. I paid everything on my own. And you know how hard it is to be on your own and be that and be scared and have, like, you know, these people who meant to serve and protect me, fucking, they fucking caused me PSD, man, like I was. But I was like, I can't keep living in this fear because it's not right. I'm not going to live in fear. And I've heard stories of fucking these children being fucked by a cop, and yeah, I don't know, there's some ugly stories. I know that there's a lot of healing that has to be done in Adelaide, and that some of you who don't know about this side, well, you need to listen to us because we're not fucking lying. This is true, and you need to be open-minded. And you know what? How many children I know that they say something, most of the time people don't want, they don't listen or don't believe them. Or there's fucking even parents who are selling their kids out to pay for their own fucking junky fucking use and use their children in this stuff. And I've met someone who had a situation that happened to him, and then, you know, I understand now why he was cooked. Well, it wasn't cooked, but got on it, and why he was there, a little bit out there. But, you know, he's turned his life away, and yeah, he just wants to bring this truth, and to have your own mother do that to you, like, that's even worse than me. And that's pretty disgusting, isn't it? And we're left on our own. We're the children that fall between the cracks. No one hears our cries, and then we get fucking stuck with mental health. And then, yeah, someone using drug, but, you know, that's what happens. All these people that, you know, they're too scared to admit it because of the judgment that you come across with this. And that's all I've ever had in my life is this judgment. And all it's been is junkie, whore, cooked, and it's been women that have probably hated me the most. And yeah, the why I bring up the sexual thing, because, well, I suppose I'm lucky I can have orgasmic moments, and I suppose when you're letting go, that sound of a woman in that state of pleasure is a very horny sound. Because my next door neighbours, funny enough, when I was living in Mount Barker, I was just like, whoa, that woman, like, I can't explain it, but I never made that sound before. But then, you know, after my car accident, getting on my cleaned up, started, I knew how to source this stuff, and I was self-medicating myself again. And yeah, then I went on this psychedelic journey, had DMT, like, yeah. And then I just had to then use Molly, and it fucking just made me release. And I just realised that, yes, stop using the brain and letting those fucking, because you're just sitting there and you're analysing, your brain's like thinking every solution. And I'm living in the past every time. And it's like, no, stop doing that. You just got to feel the vibration of life and listen to your heart. And then my heart, and it's like, yes. And I knew that this is it, guys. Like, this is why this has happened to me. So, anyways, this is a true story. We can get this together. I can get more. I've got to keep writing, but now I've got the stress of fucking Centrelink and all this other bullshit. It's not fair. I just want to sit and I've got my son too as well. But anyways, it's all good because I'm gonna have spare time now, because yeah, this other person was wasting my time. But it's okay. They also, I don't hate them. They've helped me, but yeah, they're not really part of this life now. So as I said, like, so oxytocin that brings us together. Serotonin is your happy hormone. Dopamine is your fucking motivation one. Your norepinephrine, that's like, you know, gives you like, that was when your high stress things, but some of it's been good for your health. And obviously any drug, anything abuse is obviously going to be bad for you, okay? MDMA, the thing, it's the saffron oil, it comes from the trees, and pretty much, yeah, it's a plant drug. Psychedelics, or acid, that's got the same effects. And then you got magic mushrooms, DMT, well, that's a drug on its own, but it's another thing. It's all serotonin, but it's the 5-TH receptors, and yeah, it reconnects the brain, and that's true because I guess that's how all my memory came back. So I don't know. That's just my thing, and that's just what studies are saying, and I guess we won't know because our government won't even allow the trials at all, will they? But the psychotics and the antidepressants, like, they're not good. They're short term. And I guess right now we're in a society where we're all suppressed, so you suppress emotions. Again, the emotions are still there. And again, as you'll learn, stored up emotion, in the end, will cause disease if you don't get them out, if you leave these negative ones for too long. And that helps bring cancer. And again, as I showed you, the benefits of these things in the diets, they stop the fucking all these diseases of cancer. All these things that are going on right now, the things of like, yeah, my parties, having the raves, the music, good diet, and yeah, marijuana, fucking all these fucking things in nature, man. Like, that's what I did when I came natural. Like, after my thing, I got off everything. I'm not on the pill. Don't take any fucking painkillers. Like, after my car accident, because I nearly had a scare too there with fucking opiates. They're dangerous. Nearly died as well. That's another time. That was silly me, not drinking and fucking taking them. And so, again, so that's what he means. So I'm now going to go through, like, this is the next bit I was going to do. So I'm going to show you about, so ice, that's dopamine, then all dopamine and all these things. And like I said, I think it's dopamine depletion. And you've got people on, they're using both, like, these drugs, and they're on the fucking antidepressants, and fuck, that's a dangerous mix. Like, it's one or the other. Eventually they'll kill you. I can show you what I looked like 7 years ago. I don't even look the same. And fuck, I look younger and happier, and fucking it's from orgasmic, fucking good sex, well, sex with myself, and had a partner that, you know, helped me get over my sexual trauma, which went on with my marriage. Like, oh fuck, with Carl, like, I just can't be fucked. But like, as you said, it's sexual extortion. I was fucking made out there, exploited, fucking the police were part of this, they'd call me whores. It's fucking, I was locked up for when I was a victim, mate. Like, when they said I had to start documenting something, I was fucking arrested. I went through trials. Like, they fucking were just dogs to me. Coming into my house, raiding me for fucking things that never, there was a whore, there was a pedo, fucking had ounces of gear, fucking had my house stripped down, had a friend stripped naked, and I was just like, what the fuck have I done? And like, what my mum and what I had to live through, and I didn't want to be there, and I asked for fucking help. That's the fucking thing that makes me the angriest. And then, again, I've got to go get fucking, going through my dad's to go get all the fucking things that people said on Facebook from this town in Strath, and these so-called people, like these parties I had, and some, mostly girls, some boys said it, that they never fucking liked me, and I was this and that, and I was like, you never fucking liked me. And my marriage mate, okay, Carl was not a nice person. I was scared, and I was getting bashed, and I was ashamed, and then, you know, I felt, because I just got married and I made a mistake, I was like, fuck. And I got told that I wasn't even trying. Everyone was like, and I got made to go back. And I never cheated on him. He fucking cheated on me. And like, I told him I was going out, and I said, yeah, I slept with him. And then I left, and I moved to Strath for like 6 weeks, and then fucking that's it. That's when I disappeared. And that person too, like, Zach, why, you know, I'm sorry that, yeah, what Carl did to you. See, Carl tried to kill this person, attempted murder. And I felt sorry, and I could see it fucked him up a bit. But that wasn't on me, mate, and I got bashed and smashed too, mate, and I never told him where your family home was or anything, and I fucking thought it was shit. And this cunt got away with it, and I get what my dad was doing, like, yeah, you know, because we're thinking of Max, you know? Like, this is what I mean, why destroy one another? Like, no one wins. Like, that's what I realised, this is how that goes. Nothing will ever change what happened to me. Nothing will ever change what happened and what you did to me, mate. And I guess, Cole, all I can say is that I loved you. I felt I loved you, and to know that you never loved me, you only lusted me. And clearly, obviously, and what you fucking put me through. And I almost lost my son. I almost took my own life. I lost all my friends. I lost my life. And all the false allegations and whatever people said on Facebook. And I don't even want to know, but I guess we're going to have to go back and see what it... Some people believe it, like, to think I'm a whore and fucking this. I don't even fucking know, to be honest. But yeah, clearly some people have got a bad idea about me, and I guess because some of my behaviours, like here and there, like, you know, being very open, you could see how it was being manipulated. And my mum, and yeah. And also, yeah, while I was married, they were sleeping with each other. And my mum and my partner, mate, fuck. And I just had to cut her out too, so I don't even have a mum. And my dad, well, I love him, but yeah, and you know, my whole family, this jab thing too, it's your choice too, but I'm the only one who didn't do it, and some of them didn't have to, and you know, I'm scared that they're going to die and I'm going to go through all this. I can just lose everything. But I've only got my son, and that's all I'm going to fight till the end now. And I've got nothing to lose. Like, I've had a fucked life, and I just want to go back to dancing. And I watched a video of the 2006 fucking Enchanted Babe, and I don't give a fuck. But people, Mind Medicine Australia, let them do it, and they're doing it educationally, and they're doing it smartly. Because yeah, it can be dangerous, but yeah, obviously any drug can be. But again, I believe in informed consent, and we are responsible for our own lives, and let us fucking make our choices to our own lives, and it's whatever happens, and let's end this fucking trauma. And fucking people, open up your clubs, and if they don't listen to us, then we are taking the law into our own hands. Okay, please. Okay, and oxytocin. Okay, oxytocin has been dubbed the love hormone for a good reason. Did you know it can relieve pain, toggle your memory too? Here are some of the cool facts about the amazing hormone and how it can help your brain to release more of it. What is oxytocin? You know, those warm, fuzzy feelings you get when you cuddle a puppy, or, you know, MDMA can make you have, hug a friend, kiss your partner. What's oxytocin at work? You may have already heard of it. What people have called the love hormone, cuddle hormone, or even the moral molecule. This is because oxytocin has been in the headlines, gaining a reputation for making people more trusting, generous, and even when in love. It's neuropeptides, meaning that it is a protein-like module your brain cells use to communicate with each other. Oxytocin is also a hormone, meaning the brain releases it into the bloodstream. We are a chemical making machine to communicate with your body. How can you naturally get more of it in your life? Even though oxytocin is complicated and flashy headlines about this magic should be taken with a grain of salt, it's still safe to say it's a generally helpful chemical for our health and happiness. Should we all be going around sniffing oxytocin sprays? Not so fast. Oxytocin products you can buy online claim all sorts of magical, but research really hasn't been tested on whether they work. There's also no regulation on these sprays. Well, yeah, I wouldn't buy them. I haven't ruled against huffing substances, but they are simply not necessarily prescribed by doctors, nudging us to be more emotionally open and trusting and more generous. How it affects memory may also depend on our person. Relieving pain for those who have with pain disorder, or making those without pain disorder being more tolerant to pain. It can help your brain release more oxytocin by hugging, cuddling, experiencing sexual pleasure, feeling empathy for others, giving birth, and breastfeeding. The general symptoms for oxytocin deficiency including poor communication, and an element of irritability, inability to feel affectionate, more anxieties and fears than normal. Sexual interactions are more mechanical and just feel a basic need. Difficulty achieving an orgasm. Bigger appetite for richer sugar foods. Feeling little joy from life. Disturbed sleep. Muscle aches. Oxytocin is sometimes called the love hormone because it is responsible for its positive emotions and feeling during attraction and sexual desire. What exactly is oxytocin and how does it affect you? What you need to know. Okay, it's a new neurotransmitter hormone, travels through the blood cells, electrical signals in your brain, it causes chemicals and the neurotransmitter to release and act on your brain. Both. Okay, so it's when It's a hormone responsible for contractions during labor, for breasts let out, and your body releases milk in the resting. It's the positive emotions like happiness, trust, and it's also for erection and an orgasm. So it's part of fucking life. Oxytocin in pregnancy. So yeah, obviously it's cervix and release essentially brain blah blah blah. Once oxytocin is raised in your blood, it touches the cells in the inner wall of your uterus and activates them. It causes an increase of calcium in your cells and starts the muscle spur. Your body keeps releasing oxytocin in a positive feedback loop as your uterus contracts. This leads to stronger contractions more often until you deliver your baby. Some women often give oxytocin as a drug to start labor and to get going. Oxytocin also brings the milk into your fucking breast, latches on. Whenever feeding is over, oxytocin will stop being released until the next time you nurse your baby. This hormone is bonding between you and baby. Studies show that mums with high levels of oxytocin during pregnancy in the first month after birth bond with their babies with those and had low amounts. Oxytocin, love, trust, and mental health. It lowers stresses. It helps lower anxiety and good for public speaking and anticipation. It's also lowers anxiety, calmness. It builds trust. Building trust and it makes you more generous. It affects mood. People with changes of these while oxytocin might be lower in these depression, it's not clear taking medication helps. Building connections also helps us form social bonds, builds a burst of feel-good oxytocin support. That lack of connection is a form of stress that causes your body to release oxytocin and send you looking for interactions for others. Oxytocin and sex. Yep. It leads to, people say it surges oxytocin, it leads lubrication and arousal of those in the vagina. It's also good for man's sperm count and makes him have better erections. And it's also, they said it was linked for women that had multiple orgasms because she had high. And people who have, and people who have good healthy sex lives are healthier and live longer than those without it. The theory is oxytocin from sex promotes good health, but it might also that sex can open and deepen relationship bonding. It also involves oxytocin, and hence, my friends, this book says back in the ancient days, the Tao things. This is 5,000-year-old fucking ancient fucking knowledge that it's good sex life because you look at sexual energy. Sexual energy is life force. We all fucking are born from an orgasm at the end of our dad's dicks. So yeah, gotta get fucking people, get fucking and making love again. And cuddling and consensual sex, and it deepens your age and having deeper fucking orgasms. Fucking, I'm telling you guys, whew, I've had these moments and it's like heaven, but it's very hard because it's a feeling, and if you haven't felt it and you don't believe in magic. And then, these are things you can do to promote it simply. Eating dinner with a friend, seeing your mum, spending time with your children, a hug, patting your dogs, getting a massage, soft, gentle self-touch, a bub rub, a back rub. So, there you go, guys. There you go, people. That's where I'm at. Then I'll go into DMT, and then I'll go into acid, LSD, all the other drugs, what they do. And, as I said, dancing, love. There's more topics so I can go into details. And any person from the hills who wants to fucking change this world, let's get it rocking, motherfuckers. And if I've got to fucking take it law into my own hand and heal the people, then I will. And, it's the universal law, guys, and we're not doing it wrong. And, and there's this amazing things that happen, but this is so long now, it's 4 hours. And, sorry that this was all over the place, guys, because I'm so tired, and I just knew this was going to take ages and ages, this would have to be done, but I want to have these parties, and I want to do something, I've got ideas and solutions, and, I want to teach people these things properly, but I just wanted to kind of get the stories to my life, and because I've had these opportunities, I've dealt with the police before, I know the shit they've done, they failed me, they failed some people, there's some corruption going on here, and last night's news clips, I've seen, these people don't give a fuck, mate. They're fucking greedy, and the arrogance. And I ain't going down, guys, because I was born into hell, and from the age of 13 now to all my life, and what I've been through, and when I can show you the shit what people said about me. But anyway, it doesn't matter because I'm over it. Because I'm here, and like this book, mate, I became my own fucking goddess, mate. And I saved myself, and I was once like her, I thought I was ugly, took my own life. And then I just had to, yeah. And us women, we need to come to sisterhood and love each other because we're fucking beautiful and we're unique, and this world needs us, and we need the love. So thank you, peace out, and yeah, I'll just try to finish this thing so I can actually then email you this piece of paper. But yeah, I haven't finished because, like I said, it takes a long time to do all this, and I've got to do editing. And about then I was working, being a single mom, and been working on like just before the start of this COVID pandemic, and you know, and doing all the research and then fucking trying to then put it into my own words. So yeah, sorry guys, I guess I'm putting hard on myself. Some people take years to write a book, doesn't it? And now I might feel like, oh my god, I gotta rush this. But yeah, thank you for your time, and I hope people who actually do have degrees and all that, because yeah, I'm not a psychologist, I'm not any way degree form, but you know, I'm fucking got wisdom, and I've done my own like research, you know, like my own books and study, and you know, I self-healed, and here I am. I just want to reconnect. I've been lonely. I'm lonely. I want to. Yeah, I'm a good person. Whatever you heard. Sometimes I come across maybe aggressive, passionate, maybe intimidating, angry. I'm not scary at all. And I'm here to help. So reach out to me, and please be kind to me, because I'm just over people hating me. Or not hating me, but coming at me, and just gotta go love yourself. I'm not your enemy. I'm not here to, yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure why these things happen to me, and yeah, just give me a chance. That's all I say. Give me a chance. I know I've had a fucking interesting life, but please don't, yeah, just hear me out, and don't judge me on what you've heard or think about me. And because, yeah, some of my behaviours, yeah, I know it kind of looks out there, but now I just want to tell you why. And you know, now I know it wasn't my fault what happened to me, and yeah, I know I'm not normal. I know I've had some issues, and but that doesn't mean I'm any less of a person. And I prove, you know what, you can repair. And then, you know, if I can be brave and I can do it on my own, then we can all do this. And if I'm strong and I'm going to stand up to these people, then you can do it with me too. That's what I'm hoping at the end of this video makes you realise. And that you have done everything right, but this system, they're not listening, and it's our taxpayers' dollars, and all the lives that have been lost in the hills, and what's been done, nothing. And I want to like work with people who have children that they're suffering with mental health, who've lost this, and they want the answers. Well, let's be that change, and let's be the revolution, and bring the light back, mate. And there's no more fucking death cult, because there's no more suicide, and this is it, because we're the generation, and this is a time of change, and we're going to do it for the better. Please believe in yourselves, and this is what I mean. We have to heal. This is how we save the world, by healing ourselves.